appeared in front of Wei Shanhai, moving to meet the White Sword Qi. The previously fierce White Sword Qi, upon encountering the flow of water, became utterly trapped like a fish entering a river, unable to break free. Eventually, it was unable to withstand the rotating streams of water, breaking apart and dissipating. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Even Wang Songi couldn't help but have his pupils suddenly constrict. Elder Doctor? When they saw clearly who had intervened, Mrs. Wei and the others exclaimed in shock. The Elder Doctor, who had previously been sitting at the front of the ox guard, had vanished and now appeared behind Wei Shanhai. One hand was pressed against Wei Shanhai's back, and the other formed a sword point directly forward. The stream of water that had just been there was his doing. Elder, your heart meridian is injured. You cannot recklessly mobilize your true qi, or else the injury will erupt, and your heart meridian will not withstand it. After stabilizing the injury within Wei Shanhai that was close to erupting, the Elder Doctor loosened his hand from his back and said gently, "Thank you for your intervention." Wei Shanhai looked at the Elder Doctor somewhat blankly and took several breaths to come to his senses before hastening to express his gratitude. Yet the shock in his heart was indescribable. Not only was it because Wang Songi's full-force sword qi had just been so easily resolved by the Elder Doctor. It was even more because the restlessness within him, the sword wound that was about to fully erupt, had also been suppressed lightly by the Elder Doctor and restored to calm. One hand saved a person, the other countered an enemy. The Elder standing before them had, in that instant, displayed such a breadth of skill and dignity. It was enough to make Wei Shanhai feel an immensely reverential awe. However, as per his perception, this Elder's cultivation should be noticeably weaker than his own. Suddenly, in Wei Shanhai's eyes, the Elder Doctor donned a layer of mystery, becoming unfathomably profound. Sharing this feeling was Wang Songi. At this moment, Wang Songi was equally shocked. He hadn't expected that his nearly full-force sword qi would be dissolved by someone whose cultivation was clearly weaker than his own, and seeing that it appeared to be effortless for the other party. In an instant, Wang Songi's wariness toward the Elder Doctor shot up. "Have you resolved to make an enemy of me?" Wang Songi looked at the Elder Doctor with a dark expression and said solemnly, "I, the old man, have no intention of making enemies. I only hope you can turn a blind eye and not needlessly create slaughter," said the Elder Doctor with a sincere tone. "My grudge with the Wei family is impossible to resolve. Old man, if you don't step aside, then you are my enemy, Wang Songi, and I will cut you down along with them." At this juncture, how could Wang Songi possibly listen to such words? Seeing that the Elder Doctor insisted on intervening, his heart filled with even greater malice. His gaze became stern, innate true qi quickly circulated within him, and his aura surged once more, pressing down so much that everyone in front of him felt suffocated. Under that terrifying pressure, Wang Songi swung his sword, and prodigious sword qi burst forth, sweeping over toward the Elder Doctor and Wei Shanhai. This time, Wang Songi was genuinely holding nothing back, exerting his full power, hoping to crush the mysterious innate realm in one fell swoop. Faced with the tumultuous surge of innate sword energy, the Elder Doctor looked solemn, his fingers forming a sword, slowly thrusting forward. As he made this sword, heaven and earth primordial qi around him instantly surged, coalescing, with mist filling the air and countless droplets materializing out of nothingness. Freeze. With a light shout from the Elder Doctor, the entire space seemed to solidify. The numerous water droplets, along with the sword qi filling the sky, all froze in midair, unable to move. Break. After freezing all the sword qi, the Elder Doctor shouted again, and those countless water droplets instantly transformed into sword shapes, flying toward the pervasive sword qi. Each droplet corresponded to a strand of sword qi, the number exact, the power not too strong nor too weak, just enough to neutralize the sword qi and dissolve each other. Once all the sword qi vanished and the mist dispersed, the sky cleared, and everything returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was but an illusion, never having occurred at all. But anyone knew that what they had just witnessed was certainly no illusion. That terrifying innate pressure still shook everyone's heart and spirit. Everyone was utterly astonished by the Elder Doctor's awe-inspiring abilities. Wang Songi, in particular, revealed an expression of disbelief. Muttering to himself, "Innate domain, turning the intangible into the tangible. How is this possible?" Wei Shanhai was equally shaken by this scene. The Elder Doctor's method of freezing the sword qi just now bore some resemblance to the legendary innate domain. Explore stories at my virtual library Empire, however. The innate domain is usually a mystical realm only accessible to top experts who have achieved great success in the innate realm. And the power of the Elder Doctor's display seemed to be much weaker. Rumor has it that a true innate domain, once opened, can almost control everything within it. If that were the case, eradicating Wang Cangyi's sword qi would have been a mere thought. There would have been no need to first freeze it and then gradually wear it down. But no matter what, the Elder Doctor's technique just now was still not something an initial innate realm should possess. Therefore, both the two innate realm experts and the cloth-clothed youth on the city wall were completely shocked. As for the other martial artists, they were already dumbfounded. They had never seen such incredible methods before. This had surpassed their understanding of martial arts. Master's martial arts talent is truly astonishingly brilliant. Lu Qing, seeing his master's move counteract Wang Cangyi's full-powered killing move, nodded to himself. Among all the martial artists, probably only he was not too surprised by this scene. Because he, who possessed superpower, had long known that his master had grasped a trace of the domain realm's meaning. After all, the cultivation technique his master practiced was left by Li Weitian, who had attained innate perfection. The cultivation technique valued by such an unparalleled expert was surely not that simple. However, Lu Qing had not yet reached the innate realm and was unsure whether a trace of the domain realm could contend with Wang Cangyi, who had immersed himself in cultivation for many years in the innate realm. Now it seemed that a domain was a domain. Even the mere power of a trace of its meaning was too much for an ordinary initial innate realm to handle. Do you still wish to fight? The Elder Doctor, having broken Wang Cangyi's innate sword energy, silently breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat more assured. Who on earth are you, old sir? Wang Cangyi, looking at the Elder Doctor, could not help but feel a sense of fear taking hold, and his address became more respectful. Being able to comprehend the domain realm at the initial innate realm, he surely wasn't an ordinary innate realm expert. Only the most top-notch powers could possibly harbor such an anomaly. Thinking he might have offended such a power, Wang Cangyi's heart started trembling. Though strong, the power of the Heaven Song sect was nothing compared to the true giants of the world. They were no match against ancient inheritances with long-standing, profound legacies. Who this old man is not important. I am here only in the hopes that you would be magnanimous and not commit unnecessary killing. Wang Cangyi's expression turned uncertain. He had invested so much effort to corner the Wei family into a desperate situation and had even lost 3 of his direct disciples. How could he willingly give up now? But seeing the calm and composed Elder Doctor and Wei Shanhai's menacing watchfulness, Wang Cangyi knew that even if he was unwilling, he had to accept reality. He no longer had the power to doom the Wei family. If the fight continued, even he might not make it out. At this moment, Wang Cangyi began to regret. When he first came to Song County, an elder of his sect had hinted at the desire to collaborate with him. Out of greed for the treasure and believing he could control the situation, he had refused the elder. If at that point he had agreed to cooperate with the elder, the Wei family would have already fallen into his hands, and there would have been no such twists and turns. But regretting now is useless. Fine, I'll give you this respect, old sir, and spare the Wei family this time. Xiong'er, let's go. But Wang Cangyi was extraordinary after all. Being an innate realm martial artist who had lived for over 100 years, he still had the necessary decisiveness. Since it was futile to persist, and continuing might offend some mysterious and formidable power, he might as well give the Elder Doctor this respect. After giving Wei Shanhai a deep look, Wang Cangyi sheathed his long sword and turned to leave. The towering Great Han left without a word, and the remaining disciples of the Heaven Song sect quickly followed. Those villains, they just leave like that? Watching the retreating figures of the Heaven Song sect, Wei Xian's incredulous voice arose, breaking the silence. Silly child, Wang Cangyi couldn't beat this innate realm grandmaster. What other choice does he have but to leave? Wei Xinghe laughed and said, at the same time, he finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Previously, facing the terrifying sword qi of Wang Cangyi, he had thought they were all doomed to fall right then and there. Many thanks to our benefactor for saving the Wei family from a life and death crisis. This grace and virtue shall never be forgotten by all members of my family. At this moment, Wei Shanhai suddenly bowed deeply to the Elder Doctor, performing an extremely solemn courtesy. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Wei Xinghe, housekeeper Wei, as well as the Silver Moon Guards all solemnly gave their thanks to the elder doctor. There's no need for this. I, as an old man, merely followed my heart and did what needed to be done, the elder doctor said, waving his hand. Nor was he overly surprised. Having practiced medicine for many years and receiving countless thanks, he no longer found such expressions of gratitude unusual. My lord, my ancestor, there are many people here. Shall we return to the mansion first? Mrs. Wei reminded. She knew that the main purpose of the elder doctor's visit was to treat the injuries of the ancestor, something that was not suitable to mention in this place. Yes, I have been neglectful, Wei Shanhai realized and quickly said. I invite our benefactor and his companions to our mansion so that I may show our hospitality and express our gratitude. The elder doctor and his companions naturally did not refuse, and the group began to make their way into the city. At this time, near the city gate, many martial artists still lingered, all notable figures from various powers within the city. But seeing the people of the Wei family, they all stepped aside, none daring to object. The forces of Heaven Song sect had departed, and the Wei family had once again become the most transcendent power in the county. No one lacked the insight to recognize that. Yet, as they made way, everyone's gaze lingered on the elder doctor and Lu Qing, committing their appearances to memory. It was clear to all that the Wei family's narrow escape from disaster was all thanks to the intervention of the elder doctor. No one could help but be extremely curious about such a mysterious and powerful innate realm expert. Unfortunately, the elder doctor had worn a broad-brimmed hat throughout the event, making it impossible for others to glimpse his true appearance. Therefore, everyone turned their attention to Lu Qing. After all, it was equally incredible for Lu Qing, with his muscle-bone realm cultivation, to defeat a martial arts grandmaster who had achieved inner organs perfection. But as they watched, some people noticed something amiss. After the Wei family entered the city, a martial artist nudged the person next to him. Clan leader Ma, the young man who seemed overwhelmingly powerful, standing next to Lu Qing just now. Didn't he look like your Magu? I don't know either. The one nudged was a lean figure with a goatee. He too felt bemused at the moment. I'm sure it's him. I watched the kid grow up. Although he hasn't been back to town much in recent years, could I possibly mistake him? Another martial artist, evidently on good terms with the Ma family, confidently said. Clan leader Ma, congratulations. Magu seems to know that mysterious innate realm individual, and he has returned with the mistress and young master of the Wei family. Your Ma family is probably going to prosper. Envious martial artist commented. This has not been confirmed yet. I will go back to check. After dealing with a few familiar faces from other families, clan leader Ma felt somewhat dizzy as he rushed home. Although he said he was uncertain, how could he not recognize Magu? Just shortly ago, he had personally sent him the goods to the state mansion. However, after the mission, Magu had not returned to the city, citing through messengers that the city was too chaotic, and he needed to stay in the gathering areas to avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, in silence, he had accomplished such a significant feat. Thinking of this, clan leader Ma couldn't help but get excited. He suddenly felt that the opportunity for the rise of the Ma family might be coming. Ji Rue, do you know who that innate realm individual in the hat is? On top of the city wall, Lord County Master watched the Wei family figures, asking with a grave expression. I know, the cloth-clothed youth nodded. Who is he? The county lord asked hurriedly. You'll find out who he is later, but I can tell you that this innate realm person is someone you know. Someone I know? The county lord's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. However, the cloth-clothed youth was no longer paying attention to his friend's shock. His gaze followed the elder doctor's silhouette, shock still evident in the depths of his eyes. Innate domain. I never expected that a martial artist at the initial innate realm could touch such a realm of consciousness. Is this the power of merit? The Ox Guard arrived at the Wei mansion, majestically escorted by the many Silver Moon Guards. Mother, come down. Wei Zian stepped forward and helped his mother off the cart. Mother and son looked at the grand entrance of the Wei mansion, feeling as if they were in a different world. Their life on the run had made them endure so much. More than once, they had brushed with death's cold embrace. Now, to return home safely was filled with emotion and relief. An heir, come. Mrs. Wei, with Wei Zian in tow, knelt before Magu and Lu Qing. We thank Master Ma and young Master Lu for risking their lives to save us, allowing us and our son to return home. Mrs. Wei bowed deeply, and Wei Zian, without a word, began to kowtow loudly. There is no need for this. Lu Qing and Magu quickly stepped forward to assist them. Off to the side, Wei Xinghe and housekeeper Wei felt a stir in their hearts. They realized that the reason the mother and son had been safe these days was because of the protection from Lu Qing and others. Thank you, young master, for saving the lives of my wife and child. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. Wei Xinghe also stepped forward and deeply bowed to Lu Qing. Father and master, if it weren't for master's protection in the first few days, mother and I would never have seen you again. Wei Ziyan reminded his father, worried that his master might be displeased since his father only thanked Lu Qing. Master? Wei Xinghe was somewhat astonished. Indeed, while hiding in the mountains from those villains, I asked an heir to take Master Ma as his teacher. From the day we escaped through the secret passage in the city, it was Master Ma who stood up and led me and an heir to flee, allowing us the luck to live. Mrs. Wei nodded in affirmation. Hearing these words, Wei Xinghe without doubt bowed again to Ma Gu. Thank you, Master Ma, for risking your life to rescue us. Ma Gu, seeing the Wei family patriarch bestowing such a grand gesture, felt somewhat overwhelmed. He waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need, really. I was just entrusted by those Silver Moon Guards, sirs. In fact, I didn't do much. It was those Silver Moon Guards who laid down their lives that gave us a chance to escape. Master, have Guard Pang and the others returned? Mrs. Wei asked a question that had been haunting her. Not yet. Wei Xinghe shook his head. Mrs. Wei's expression darkened, knowing that the small squad of Silver Moon Guards had most likely met a grim fate. Master, that Guard Pang and others were integral to me and an heir's safe return. Please take care of their families, Mrs. Wei earnestly requested. Of course. This time the mansion suffered a calamity. Each guard and servant that did not abandon the mansion will receive generous rewards, Wei Xinghe stated solemnly. His words were meant not only for his wife but also for all the Silver Moon Guards present. As expected, upon hearing the family head's promise, the surrounding Silver Moon Guards, though still tense, showed a flash of joy in their eyes. That's enough. Let's go inside first. It's rude to have our esteemed guest wait out here, said Wei Shanhai at this moment. Mrs. Wei stepped forward, taking Little Yan's little hand. Little Yan, would you come inside with your auntie? Little Yan, already very curious about the Grand Wei mansion gates, glanced at her brother for permission, and with his nod, she immediately agreed. Okay, Lu Qing handed the ox cart's reins to a servant of the Wei mansion. Elder, this ox has carried us all the way to the county, exerting a great effort. Please take good care of it. Of course, the old servant replied promptly. Our mansion has the finest fodder. Please rest assured, young master. Once inside the mansion, and after all the common folk had left the courtyard designated for esteemed guests, old Dr. Chen finally took off his hat. Old Dr. Chen, it really is you. Housekeeper Wei exclaimed delightedly. Grand Steward, it's been a long time since our last encounter, the elder doctor said with a smile. Family head, esteemed elder, this is old Dr. Chen who previously treated the young master's injuries, and this is Lu Qing, his disciple, whom I have mentioned to you before. Housekeeper Wei saw the puzzled look on the family head's face and therefore explained. It was then that Wei Xinghe realized that these two had such a connection with their household. Yet his heart was even more astonished. According to previous information, Elder Doctor should have been an internal realm martial artist, and Lu Qing merely a gifted youth of the muscle-bone realm. But the one standing before them now were a powerful master of the innate realm, who made Wang Tsangyu retreat with difficulty, and another. A genius who defeated a martial arts grandmaster at the perfection of the internal realm with merely the strength of the muscle-bone realm. The gap was simply too vast. So, it is Elder Dr. Chen and his distinguished disciple. This makes the debt of gratitude the Wei family owes you even greater. Wei Xinghe suppressed the tremor in his heart and thanked them once more. We were merely fulfilling our duty as doctors. There is no need for the Wei family master to dwell upon it, the elder doctor replied, shaking his head. After more pleasantries, Mrs. Wei finally found the right moment to speak. Esteemed elder, Elder Doctor's main purpose in coming to the county this time is actually to see if he can treat the sword injury near your heart. How are you feeling now? How did you know about the sword injury near my heart? Wei Shanhai was startled. The sword chi injury near his heart wasn't healed yet, and not even an internal realm martial artist could detect it. Only Wei Xinghe and housekeeper Wei in the household were informed. How did old doctor and the others from the rural Jioli village come to know about it? It was Mr. Ji Rue who informed us, Elder Doctor explained. Mr. Ji Rue came to Jioli village a few days ago, and it was from him that I learned of the lingering injury of Elder Wei. Mr. Ji Rue was secretly assisting us all along. Wei Shanhai suddenly realized. If it was that person, it would make sense that he could discern his injuries. After all, those who come from Tianji Building are always mysteriously exceptional, possessing unique abilities that ordinary martial artists do not have. Mr. Wei, I do have some accomplishments in the field of medical skills. May I ask if you are willing to be treated for your injuries? Willing, of course, willing. It's exactly what I've been seeking. Wei Shanhai's face showed joy. He was just worrying about his injuries. If the sword chi within his body wasn't removed, he would have at most 1 year to live. As an innate realm practitioner, he theoretically had a lifespan of 300 years. Having lived just over 100 years, he certainly did not want to die so soon. However, his injury was in the heart meridian, and to remove the sword chi, another completely trustworthy innate realm practitioner would be needed to assist. But in the remote Song County, where could he find a trustworthy innate realm practitioner in a short time? Wei Shanhai had thought that all hope was lost, but suddenly, there was light at the end of the tunnel, and hope rekindled. He certainly trusted the elder doctor. Not to mention that he was a famous doctor in Song County, known for his medical benevolence, but also because he had valiantly fought off Wang Cangyi to protect the Wei family at a critical moment, was enough to earn Wei Shanhai's complete trust. The elder doctor was a practitioner serious about treating illnesses. Since it was about healing, the sooner, the better. Therefore, seeing that Wei Shanhai agreed, he immediately proposed to treat his injuries. Initially, Wei Shanhai wanted to be polite since the elder doctor and his company were honored guests. It seemed too impolite to ask for treatment immediately upon their arrival, before they even had a meal. But seeing the elder doctor insist, and wanting to recover as soon as possible, he nodded in agreement. In the end, they chose a quiet room to prepare for the treatment of Wei Shanhai. Little Yin, how about Annie takes you to eat something delicious? Seeing that everyone was about to get busy, Mrs. Wei gently asked while holding Little Yan's hand. Upon hearing this, Little Yan's eyes immediately lit up, looking towards her brother. Lu Qing was just about to go to the quiet room to help his master, and upon seeing this, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. You may, but you must not be naughty and trouble Mrs. Wei. Of course not. Little Yin is being good. How could she possibly cause any trouble, right, Little Yin? Mrs. Wei quickly said. Brother, Little Yin will be very good. The little one nodded vigorously. And also, bring Little Li along. Lu Qing took out a small black figure from the bamboo basket behind him and placed it in Little Yan's arms. It was Little Li, who had been hiding in the basket. Because the innate realm practitioners can easily see through Little Li's invisibility talent. This time, Lu Qing specially asked Little Li not to use invisibility, but to hide in the tightly woven bamboo basket. Innate realm practitioners have strong sensing abilities, but they are not yet able to see through objects. Hidden in the basket, Little Li was less likely to be noticed. Little Yin held Little Li, her face full of joy. Because Little Li had to hide its form these past few days, she hadn't been able to play with it. Now seeing it again, the little fellow was extremely happy. Little Li affectionately rubbed against Little Yan's face. Who is this? Mrs. Wei was surprised upon seeing Little Li. Beside her, Wei Xian's eyes were wide with astonishment. It's called Little Li, Little Yan's playmate, Mrs. Wei. When you take Little Yan for food, please prepare some for it too. This little one likes to eat fish, fresh live fish will do, Lu Qing smiled. Little Li. Mrs. Wei seemed thoughtful. She suddenly recalled the words Lu Qing had spoken when he went to confront that formidable evil person across the field. The way she looked at Little Li all of a sudden became a bit different. Clearly, the words Lu Qing spoke indicated that this black little beast was not as harmless as it appeared. Ma Gu, observing Little Li in Little Yan's arms, revealed an incredulous expression. He had always imagined the mysterious creature by Lu Qing's side to be something quite terrifying. Now seeing Little Li's true appearance, it was hard to associate it with the terrifying creature that easily tore people's hearts out. How peculiar this little beast is. Wei Shanhai watched Mrs. Wei taking Little Yin towards the backyard, expressing his admiration. Being in the innate realm, he keenly sensed the strange aura on Little Li. Indeed, somewhat strange. This is a little beast that a Qing unintentionally adopted in the mountains some days ago. Quite spiritual, the elder doctor said with a smile. Your disciple indeed has deep fortune. Even the little beast he keeps is so mystical. The group casually chatted, quickly arriving in the quiet room. Read latest chapters at my virtual library Empire. Lu Qing, serving as his master's assistant, naturally stayed, and Wei Xinghe, as the family head, also stayed to see if there was any help he could offer. Thus, only the four of them remained in the quiet room. Mr. Wei, I need to first check the sword wound in your heart meridian to see how severe it is. After sitting down cross-legged, the elder doctor spoke. Do not worry, just go ahead and check. Wei Shanhai calmly withdrew all his defensive true qi. The elder doctor nodded slightly, placing his hand on Wei Shanhai's chest. A strand of gentle water attribute innate true qi secretly seeped into his body. This step was very dangerous. Now that Wei Shanhai had completely lowered his defenses, if the elder doctor harbored any malicious intent, he could easily destroy his entire heart meridian in an instant. If it were not for the elder doctor, Wei Shanhai would never dare to gamble with his life so carelessly. While the elder doctor was diagnosing Wei Shanhai, Lu Qing also activated his superpower, constantly monitoring Wei Shanhai's condition. He saw a faint golden light emanating from Wei Shanhai. Wei Shanhai, ancestor of the Wei family, straightforward and magnanimous, not particular about trifles, holds strong affection for the family. Cultivation, peak of the initial innate realm, fire attribute, innate true qi. Carries several secret techniques, especially skilled in saber technique. Once comprehended the silver moon battle formation from a treasure, revitalizing the family. In his youth, he traveled with Wang Tsangyi as companions, considered each other confidants. Later, due to incompatible temperaments and unevenly divided treasures, they turned into sworn enemies. Once ambushed by Wang Tsangyi, struck in the heart meridian by innate sword energy, the injury was difficult to heal. Lu Qing looked at the information emerging around Wei Shanhai and nodded inwardly. The cloth-clothed youth hadn't lied. Wei Shanhai's heart meridian was indeed difficult to heal. The elder doctor did not take long to diagnose Wei Shanhai's injuries. Soon, he withdrew his true qi. Elder doctor, how is it? Can my injury be cured? Wei Shanhai asked. Beside him, Wei Xinghe also looked concerned. The elder doctor pondered for a moment and said, the treatment is not difficult, but the process might be somewhat painful. You will need to endure. Haha, Wei has lived for over 100 years and has seen everything. I wouldn't even frown at swords and knives on my body. Just go ahead with the treatment. Doctor, I can bear the pain regardless. Wei Shanhai said with joy, bursting into laughter. If that is so, then this old man won't play coy. The elder doctor said earnestly, Qing, you handle the acupuncture. I need to protect Mr. Wei's heart meridian with true qi and cannot spare my hands. Mr. Wei, please remove your shirt. Yes, master. As Lu Qing took out the needle kit, Wei Shanhai also took off his shirt, revealing a fearsome sword scar on his heart. Wei Xing's eyes widened slightly. He knew that his ancestor's heart meridian was injured, but he didn't realize the injury was so severe. Looking at the sword scar, his ancestor had truly been hanging by a thread at that time. It was unknown what pain he had gone through to escape from Wang Tsangyi's hands. Involuntarily, Wei Xing's resentment towards Wang Tsangyi and others deepened. Qing, I said, start the acupuncture. The elder doctor, hand pressed against Wei Shanhai's chest, said solemnly. Understood, Lu Qing responded in a grave tone. Shimin, Naguan, Tanzhong. As the elder doctor recited the acupoints, Lu Qing's hand followed, inserting the silver needles without any mistakes. As the silver needles were inserted, Wei Shanhai also felt the sword qi in his heart meridian begin to stir, being forcibly gathered by the blockade of the needles, causing some discomfort to his heart meridian. However, just then, a soft and cool true qi protected his heart meridian, giving him an immediate sense of relief. When Lu Qing inserted the last silver needle, the sword qi originally merged into the heart meridian was completely forced out, converging into a mass. But when gathered into a mass, the innate sword energy was also at its most powerful, almost bursting Wei Shanhai's heart meridian. It was then that the continuously protecting soft, true qi suddenly surged into the heart meridian, becoming extremely viscous. It completely enveloped that mass of innate true qi and forcefully yanked it out. Wei Shanhai first felt a pain in his chest, followed by an immense relief. When the elder doctor extracted the sword qi from Wei Shanhai's meridians, Lu Qing and Wei Xinghe also witnessed a peculiar scene. They saw at the elder doctor's fingertips a cluster of white sword qi, fine like cow hair, trapped within an invisible barrier, thrashing around without the ability to escape. Shortly after, it was quickly dissipated by the elder doctor using his true chi and vanished into thin air. All is well now, the elder doctor said after erasing the sword chi. Mr. Wei, the sword chi in your heart meridian has been completely purged. That's it. Wei Shanhai was stunned. He had braced himself for the pain the elder doctor mentioned would come with the treatment. Just like this? Wei Shanhai swiftly circulated his true chi and found that it flowed unobstructed everywhere it went. His heart meridian, in particular, felt extremely smooth and free of any foreign true chi, which made him very happy. The elder doctor's medical expertise is truly remarkable. I am most impressed. Wei Shanhai exclaimed with both surprise and joy, having thought that his sword injury, which had been torturing him for so long and seemed to be sapping all his energy, was so easily healed. The innate realm swordsman who injured you is indeed highly skilled in swordsmanship. His sword chi is insidiously soft and difficult to deal with, capable of drawing on your body's life force to sustain and strengthen itself, merging with the chi of your heart meridian. But in the end, it is still an unrooted source. By simply utilizing the technique of sealing acupoints with silver needles to temporarily cut off the chi flow in your heart meridian and reveal its true form, removal becomes no great difficulty, the elder doctor explained. Wei Shanhai thought of Wang Tsangyi's swordsmanship and nodded in agreement. Although he deeply despised this former friend, he had to admit that the man's mastery of swordsmanship had reached a state where it was like a soft breeze turning into nourishing rain, the sword chi as soft as it wound around fingers. Then, elder doctor, does that mean the old ancestors' injuries are fully healed now? Asked Wei Xingha. The sword chi is gone, and the heart meridian is unobstructed. As for the other external injuries, they are straightforward to deal with. Next, we'll apply antiseptic medicine. I'll prescribe a few medicines, and with timely consumption and rest, it won't be long before Mr. Wei is completely recovered, the elder doctor said, stroking his beard. This is wonderful news. Thank you, elder doctor. Wei Xingha said joyfully. Healing the sick is our duty as doctors. There's no need for the Wei family master to be so formal. After chatting for a while, they all left the quiet room together. Outside, housekeeper Wei was already waiting. Seeing the group emerge with the old ancestor looking significantly better, he knew the healing must have gone smoothly. With happiness in his heart, he promptly approached them and respectfully said, "Family head, old ancestor, the banquet is ready." Wei Shanhai nodded, then turned and said, "Elder doctor, you all have traveled a long distance and must be tired. We have prepared some food and drink in the mansion to welcome and refresh you. I hope you will not decline our hospitality." "That would be pleasant," the elder doctor nodded in assent. As they approached the banquet area of Wei Mansion, they saw Mrs. Wei and Little Yin also arriving just in time. "Brother, Grandpa Chen," Little Yin, holding Little Li, excitedly called out upon seeing Lu Qing and the elder doctor. Have you been causing any trouble for Mrs. Wei?" Lu Qing ruffled her hair a bit. "Not at all, not at all," Mrs. Wei quickly responded. "Little Yin has been very well behaved. I just took her for some snacks." "Yes, brother." Little Yin just had some really delicious treats, and Little Li ate lots of fish too, the little one boasted. "I can see that," Lu Qing said, looking at Little Li, who, with a belly fed to roundness, was nestled in Little Yan's arms, squinting and reluctant to move. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. However, the little kid had barely eaten anything these last 2 days to maintain his hidden identity. It had indeed been a sacrifice, so letting him eat a bit more was no issue. Upon entering the room, everyone took their seats, and the servants began to serve the dishes. Little Yin witnessed what was called the lavish lifestyle of a prestigious family. Despite there being only 7 or 8 people at the banquet, there were dozens of dishes served, each with a unique style. Many ingredients were unfamiliar to him. "Dr. Chen, young Master Lu, Teacher Ma, this time, thanks to your righteous assistance, our Wei family was spared from annihilation. The heaven and earth can attest to this kindness. This cup is my tribute to you all," said Wei Shanhai, raising his glass after the dishes and drinks were ready. After the toast, everyone began to eat. Lu Qi was fond of food and became excited seeing many dishes on the table he hadn't encountered before. After serving some to Little Yin, he began to taste each dish one by one. After trying a few, he marveled that it was worthy of a wealthy household. Each dish was delicious, and he was quite satisfied. As Lu Qing was enjoying his food, he suddenly heard Wei Zian mumbling beside him. "Mother, why do I feel that the food at home isn't as delicious as what young Master Lu prepared?" Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or your father will scold you. Mrs. Wei warned him quietly. Experience more on my virtual library empire. Even she felt that the meals at home didn't taste as good as what Lu Qing had made the previous day. Wei Ziyan thought he had spoken softly, but he hadn't considered that those at the table were no ordinary people and had already heard his muttering. Oh, young Master Lu can cook too? And from the looks of it, it must be quite delicious, as Ziyan and Ming Yin can't seem to forget it, Wei Shanhai teased. This caused Mrs. Wei to blush uncontrollably. It's nothing. I just used to run the household, so I know how to cook some home-style dishes. It's not sophisticated enough for a grand feast. They've never had my cooking, so naturally, it seemed novel, Lu Qing said with a smile. The group chatted and ate in a harmonious atmosphere. Even Ma Gu wasn't ignored. Wei Xing had toasted to him several times and solemnly promised to prepare a grand ceremony for Wei Ziyan to formally take him as a teacher soon, which took Ma Gu by surprise. After 3 rounds of drinks, when everyone had almost finished eating, Wei Shanhai said, Dr. Chen, as you know, Wang Songyi came with his disciples and aggressively attacked our Wei mansion. You must be aware of his reasons, right? The elder doctor was startled and didn't understand why Wei Shanhai would suddenly bring this up. Still, he honestly replied, I've heard some rumors that he came for a treasure. That wasn't a secret. Wang Songyi's lead disciple had made his intentions towards the Wei family quite clear that day, and everyone in the city had heard it. Indeed, he came for our Wei family's treasure. I won't lie. When I was younger, I misjudged people and once called Wang Songyi my brother, roaming the martial world with him for a while. That treasure was something we obtained from a remarkable place during our adventures. Later, we had a dispute, divided the treasure, and each went our separate ways, breaking our brotherhood. Dr. Chen was unaware of such a history and could only say, that's quite regrettable. There's nothing to regret, Wei Shanhai replied with equanimity. With such a despicable and shameless person, I only regret not seeing his true colors earlier and cutting ties sooner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this disaster upon my family and nearly destroyed our entire lineage. Dr. Chen remained silent, not joining the conversation. He was unclear about the specific history of the matter and couldn't make any judgments. Heh, Dr. Chen, I'm not telling you this to judge right from wrong. Wei Shanhai perceived the thoughts of the elder doctor and chuckled. I simply wish to invite you to observe the treasure after the banquet. Hearing this, Dr. Chen was suddenly taken aback. Inspect the treasure? The elder doctor was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Wei Shanhai to extend such an invitation. Indeed, the treasure I have obtained embodies a special essence that can purify the soul and inspire divine thoughts. It is extremely beneficial for a martial artist's cultivation. Especially for those in the innate realm, the effects are excellent upon first inspection, and it may be of some help to you, Dr. Chen, in your future cultivation. Wei Shanhai explained. But this is, after all, a treasure of the Wei family. As an outsider and an old man, I fear it is inappropriate. The elder doctor wasn't particularly interested in treasures. He helped the Wei family out of goodwill, not out of greed. You are mistaken, Dr. Chen. The gratitude I have toward you is immense, akin to a second life. My family possesses no items valuable enough to reciprocate, aside from the unique essence of this treasure, as a token of my thanks. Wei Shanhai earnestly said. Ultimately, under Wei Shanhai's sincere invitation, the elder doctor accepted his request and agreed to inspect the treasure after the banquet to see what was so miraculous about it. However, he had one condition. He wanted to bring Lu Qing and Ma Gu along. Wei Shanhai had no objections. He was aware that the reason Mrs. Wei and her son had returned safely was largely due to Lu Qing and Ma Gu. After all, once the essence of the treasure was revealed, whether one person observed it or several more, it wouldn't make a difference. Thus, after the banquet, the elder doctor and his companions rested for a while before following Wei Shanhai to the backyard. Finally, they arrived at a tall tower in the center of Wei Mansion. Dr. Chen, please. Inside the tower, Wei Shanhai opened a hidden door, releasing a dry, musty air. Is the treasure of your household kept underground? The elder doctor curiously asked as he looked at the staircase extending downward behind the hidden door. As for Lu Qing, he became secretly vigilant, activating his superpower to look towards the hidden door. He saw a dense red light emerging from it. Hidden door, a portal to an unusual place underground. Behind the door is another world, and it seems to contain treasures. Guard mechanisms are present inside but are in the deactivated state. Seeing the information that appeared over the hidden door, Lu Qing's heart relaxed slightly. This was indeed the place where the Wei family stored their treasures, and Wei Shanhai was not deceiving them. As for the mechanisms, it made sense. How could a place that stores precious treasures be without any defenses? Of course, Lu Qing had not let down his guard completely. It wasn't that he was suspicious by nature, but as the saying goes, it's always good to be cautious. After opening the hidden door, Wei Shanhai took the lead. Wei Shanhai seemed to understand that inviting others into an underground passage could easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, he walked at the front and let Wei Xinghe and Lu Qing walk together to demonstrate that the Wei family had no ill intentions. After all, with the Elder Doctor's capabilities, if anything unusual happened, capturing Wei Xinghe would just be a matter of flipping his hand. The group walked down the passage, illuminated by oil lamps on both sides, which did not make it appear dim. As they walked, Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly, because he discovered that the tunnel was becoming hotter, and the heaven and earth primordial qi was noticeably becoming richer. Although he had cultivated divine soul power, his qi acupoints had not opened yet. Sensing the heaven and earth primordial qi, there was a layer of obstacle, and he could not yet discern the type of primordial qi. The Elder Doctor, however, exclaimed in admiration, "Such rich fire element primordial qi. I wouldn't have thought that beneath this county, there exists a hidden realm. Your mansion indeed has profound foundations." At this point, the Elder Doctor understood why Wei Shanhai cultivated fire element true qi. With such a place rich in fire element primordial qi, cultivating the fire element technique would certainly yield twice the results with half the effort. Frankly, this place wasn't built by my Wei family. It's a strange place discovered by our ancestors, with its age being indiscernible. We are merely benefiting from the legacy left by our predecessors, Wei Shanhai said somewhat embarrassedly. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw that the stairs ahead no longer descended, but became flat. After walking a few dozen steps further, the space abruptly opened up. They saw a spacious cave come into view. The cave walls were pale red, appearing as both stone and jade, engraved with mysterious runes. In the center of the cave, there was a stone platform, upon which stood a pale red cauldron about half a person tall and wide enough to be embraced by several people, emitting a peculiar aura. Such a magical scene instantly made the Elder Doctor and the others somewhat startled. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire, especially Magu, who had never seen such a sight before, his mouth agape. Only Lu Qing, recognizing the familiar setup in the cave, was shocked, because he immediately recognized the meaning of the runes on the cave walls. It was a seal formation related to the fire element. Moreover, the method of arrangement was very familiar to him. Could this chamber be related to the Divine Talisman sect? A thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind. "Mr. Wei, could this cauldron be?" The Elder Doctor asked, observing the scene in front of him. Indeed, this red cauldron is one of the treasures that Wang Cangyi and I discovered in an extraordinary place long ago. It is the most precious among all the treasures, Wei Shanhai nodded. Wang Cangyi spared no effort and did so to acquire it. But this cauldron looks very extraordinary. How could Wang Cangyi have allowed you to take it away? Magu asked, puzzled. Lu Qing was also puzzled. More importantly, the cauldron was so large and evidently very heavy, probably weighing tens of thousands of pounds. How did Wei Shanhai manage to bring it back? Just the journey back would have attracted countless covetous eyes. It's quite amazing. When Wang Cangyi and I discovered it, it was only the size of a thumb, rusty and unremarkable. We both considered it merely a small trinket at the time. Otherwise, given Wang Cangyi's stingy character, how could he have let me pick it out? Thumb-sized? Magu could hardly believe it as he shouted. He looked at the giant cauldron on the stone platform, struggling to imagine its original form. Even Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor showed surprised expressions. It's hard to believe, but it is indeed the fact. After I obtained this cauldron, it followed me as I traveled abroad for many years. During this period, it never showed any peculiarities. It was not until I had wandered enough, reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and returned to Wei Mansion to cultivate in this ancestral chamber with pure fire element primordial qi that it gradually began to reveal its magic. After I discovered its extraordinariness, I placed it on the stone platform, and then watched it grow larger year by year. From the initial size of a thumb to the size of a fist, slowly growing to the size of a sea bowl, a water jar, and now, nearly 100 years have passed, and it has become what it is today. A cauldron that grows. Ma Gu, upon hearing this, opened his mouth wide again. What Wei Shanhai described had exceeded his comprehension, leaving him momentarily unable to respond. Lu Qing felt equally stunned, his thoughts stirring. Silently, he activated his superpower and concentrated as he looked toward the red giant cauldron. When Lu Qing activated his superpower and focused his gaze on the big cauldron, over 10 breaths passed, and there was still no movement. He was not disappointed, but rather, even more astonished. Since he had developed divine soul power, Lu Qing's superpower had also been enhanced to some extent. The time needed to examine an item's information had significantly decreased. For items below the red light, the information could be gleaned in just 1 or 2 breaths. Even for red light items, it took only 3 or 4 breaths at most. Now, this big cauldron required such a long time, indicating its preciousness was likely far beyond expectation. Lu Qing didn't shift his gaze, but continued to stare at the cauldron. Wei Shanhai didn't find anything inappropriate either, since anyone who heard his earlier words would be extremely curious about the cauldron. After a few more breaths, the big cauldron within Lu Qing's vision finally changed. A rather rich purple superpower light emerged from the cauldron. Several lines of text appeared. Purple light? Lu Qing was deeply shocked. It was known that in the Jade Cave, the inheritance of the Divine Talisman sect was only purple as well. He hurriedly looked at the lines of text. Leaving Fire Tripod, a fire element damaged middle-grade spiritual device, crafted by a great divine power possessor with magical capabilities using all sorts of rare and scarce spiritual materials. A spiritual device contains a trace of heaven and earth's laws, harbors spiritual nature within it, and can absorb nature's spiritual energy to evolve and grow. Such devices are called spiritual devices. Each spiritual device is a creation of heaven and earth, born only under fortuitous coincidences, possessing various incredible uses and powers, difficult to forcibly obtain. It is rumored that when any spiritual device is first born, it starts as a low-grade object. It must be nurtured with spiritual energy, absorbing the laws of heaven and earth to rise in grade. This cauldron appears to have encountered some mishap, greatly losing its spiritual nature, and is currently in a slow recovery process. Legacy discovered. Proceed with download simulation. A series of text messages containing a wealth of information had Lu Qing excitedly reading. So, this cauldron turned out to be a spiritual device, such a treasure that even in the heritage of the Divine Talisman sect, was only briefly mentioned without leaving a specific crafting method. Unexpectedly, there was an opportunity to see it here. Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire after knowing that the big cauldron was a spiritual device. Lu Qing finally understood why it was gradually growing. Spiritual devices are born of the whimsy and chance of the universe, inherently possessing spiritual nature, with size changes being one of their basic capabilities. This big cauldron had been damaged for unknown reasons, shrinking to the size of a thumb, probably because it was severely damaged, perhaps even to the extent that it could no longer refine nature's spiritual energy from the outside world. Hence it concealed all its powers and went dormant. It only started to recover gradually after coming in contact with the pure fire element power condensed from the deep layers of the earth by the array of runes in this cave. Of course, these were still Lu Qing's speculations. The real reason was yet to be verified. Lu Qing looked at the last line of text floating above the cauldron, remained calm, and did not immediately make a choice. I never imagined there could be such a miraculous item in the world. Truly, this vast universe is full of wonders. The elder doctor looked at the cauldron and exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, there is a peculiar will on this cauldron. Later, I will activate it, and we can all comprehend it together. As for how much can be comprehended, that depends on each individual's enlightenment and fate," Wei Shanhai said. "That would be great of you, Mr. Wei." Knowing the miraculous nature of the cauldron, the elder doctor was also greatly interested and wished to experience the mysterious will of the cauldron. Please prepare yourselves. Under Wei Shanhai's reminder, Lu Qing and the elder doctor, along with a few others, sat cross-legged around the stone platform. Even Wei Xinghe was no exception. The will of the cauldron could not be activated at any moment. Normally, a decade of accumulation would allow for only one activation. Even though he was the family head, he had only experienced it once before, but this time, he actually benefited from the company of Lu Qing and the others, allowing him to participate in the comprehension beside them. Everyone prepared and adjusted their heart and spirit to the best state. Wei Shanhai then released a strand of innate true qi, gently striking it against the big cauldron. The big cauldron trembled lightly, and immediately after, a strange and mysterious breath emanated, enveloping everyone within it. This breath was extraordinarily mystical, causing the elder doctor and others to feel a tremor in their hearts. Their consciousness seemed to immerse in warm sunlight, bringing comfort, and various insights about cultivation began to emerge in their minds. Lu Qing was even more surprised, because this state was all too familiar to him. It was similar to the state in which he cultivated when he activated his superpower, a sensation akin to sudden enlightenment. However, unlike before, this breath, aside from aiding in comprehension, also had an aura that could nurture the divine soul, causing his divine soul power to subtly grow stronger. Feeling such a change, Lu Qing was immediately delighted. The so-called state of sudden enlightenment wasn't of much help to him. As someone with superpower, he could enter this state at any time. He had long reached the limit of his own understanding and cultivation technique. Now, what limited his strength was his cultivation level, not comprehension of cultivation techniques. But this aura that could strengthen the divine soul power was extremely rare for him. Among everything he cultivated, nothing was harder to enhance than the divine soul power. Divine soul power, unlike others, could not be improved by consuming elixirs. Aside from Earth Vein's spiritual liquid, Lu Qing had not yet encountered any spiritual medicine or elixir that directly enhanced divine soul power. But divine soul power, whether in relation to the future innate martial arts or the cultivation of the rune path, was vitally important. Now having the chance to enhance his divine soul power was indeed a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, Lu Qing swiftly activated his divine soul power, absorbing the mysterious aura. When the breath entered the acupuncture point between his eyebrows, it immediately fused with Lu Qing's divine soul power, gradually strengthening it. With the concealment of the God's soul rune, the fluctuations of Lu Qing's divine soul power did not leak out. Moreover, since everyone was engrossed in cultivation, with eyes closed and diligently comprehending their own martial arts, they had no time to notice others. Thus, even Wei Shanhai, who was right beside him, failed to notice that Lu Qing, a practitioner of the muscle-bone realm, actually possessed divine soul power. In this quiet moment, Lu Qing's divine soul power quietly grew. He continued until the mysterious breath could no longer enhance his divine soul power, and then he stopped cultivating. Lu Qing knew that the mysterious breath from the big cauldron had reached its limit in helping him. However, he was already very satisfied. In just that short time, his divine soul power had strengthened by more than twice. When he returned, he could at least condense 2 more God soul runes. He was a bit closer to the day when he would truly sculpture his own life-out talisman. Opening his eyes and seeing his master and the others still engrossed in cultivation, Lu Qing activated his superpower and looked at the last message in his field of vision, making a choice. Downloading, current progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. Maintaining his gaze, Lu Qing quietly waited. 0.98%, 99%, 100% download complete. Would you like to start simulation? Lu Qing immediately chose to simulate. Starting simulation, current progress, 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.98%, 99%, 100% simulation complete. Would you like to start learning? Lu Qing chose to learn. Immediately after, a wealth of information and insights began to emerge from deep within his mind. Lu Qing closed his eyes, quietly absorbing and digesting the information in his mind. After a long while, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes revealed a flash of enlightenment. So that's how it is. The origin of the Leaving Fire tripod is indeed ancient. After receiving the legacy, Lu Qing gained a good deal of understanding about the origins of the Big Cauldron. The Leaving Fire tripod came from a cultivation sect known as the Lihua sect, which existed tens of thousands of years ago. It was a sect spirit artifact crafted by channeling the entire sect's power. Later, due to a drastic change, spiritual energy in heaven and earth declined, and spiritual materials became extinct. Various cultivation sects fought frequently over resources to survive. During a war between the Lihua sect and another cultivation sect, the Leaving Fire tripod collided with the opponent's sect spirit artifact in the most ferocious confrontation and was ultimately damaged. That battle was extremely tragic. Not only was the Leaving Fire tripod damaged to the point where the spirit array inside collapsed, reverting to its original form, but the Lihua sect itself was also destroyed. The entire sect was uprooted, resulting in its eradication, with only a few disciples managing to escape by sheer luck. The leaving fire tripod was then taken by the son of the sect leader and carried into exile, eventually hidden in a secret cave built by the sect outside, where it narrowly survived. However, that son of the sect leader eventually died in the cave due to severe injuries. Along with the leaving fire tripod, he remained in the cave until thousands of years later, when Wei Shanhai and Wang Sangyi discovered them. As for the legacy on the cauldron, it was left by that same son of the Lihua sect's sect leader. Spiritual energy, cultivation sections. Who would have thought that in this world, tens of thousands of years ago, there existed a strange energy known as spiritual energy, and the widely practiced cultivation method was the legendary immortal cultivation technique. Sadly, now that the spiritual energy is rare, even though I have obtained this immortal cultivation technique, it is of little use. Lu Qing felt somewhat sentimental. That son of the Lihua sect leader left quite a few immortal cultivation techniques in the leaving fire tripod, including the sect's secret technique Nanming Lihua Ju, which only the leaders of the sect were qualified to cultivate. But these immortal cultivation methods, without exception, require the refining of spiritual energy to strengthen oneself. In today's world, where spiritual energy is scarce, these methods, no matter how good or powerful, have become useless. The cost-effectiveness of cultivation is far less than that of martial arts. After all, in martial arts cultivation, once reaching the innate realm, the power is also strong and not much weaker than a cultivator of the same realm. And the primordial chi of heaven and earth, unlike spiritual energy, though less magical, is abundant and omnipresent. So even though he has acquired the immortal cultivation techniques, Lu Qing has no immediate plans to switch to cultivating them. However, even though I cannot cultivate using the immortal cultivation methods, some smaller techniques in the legacy are still very useful to me. For instance, some of the artifact refining and alchemy techniques within are of great reference to Lu Qing. Given that the Lihua sect uses the characters Lihua in its sect name, one can imagine how deep its research into the element of fire must be. In fact, aside from the tremendous power of their cultivation techniques, the Lihua sect was also extremely skilled in artifact refining and alchemy. Otherwise, they would not have been able to craft such a miraculous spiritual artifact as the leaving fire tripod. Lu Qing originally studied medical skills, and these alchemy techniques can greatly expand his knowledge in the medical field. As for the technique of artifact refining, in a previous fight with a burly man, his war saber was destroyed, forcing him to engage in unarmed combat. This made Lu Qing realize the importance of a good weapon. If his war saber had been sturdy enough, defeating the burly man would not have been so strenuous. Using the saber technique alone would have sufficed. Now, with this artifact refining technique, he can attempt to forge a true treasure saber of his own. Moreover, some methods regarding the use of divine soul power in the legacy are also very enlightening to him. Perhaps he could organize a specialized cultivation technique for cultivating divine soul power. In the midst of silence, Lu Qing was quietly sorting through the inheritance he had just received, pondering his path of cultivation. Just as he had almost finished organizing, he was suddenly awakened by a strong fluctuation from outside. He opened his eyes and saw the source of the fluctuation. It came from his master. At that moment, an astonishing sight was displayed on his master's body. The left side of his body was shrouded in white mist, filled with vapor, while the right side radiated red light, exuding a dry intensity. Between his hands, a red and white vortex was slowly rotating, merging with each other in a seamless and perfect manner, looking incredibly mystical. The others who were comprehending the cultivation techniques were also awakened by this disturbance. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, especially Wei Shanhai, who was greatly astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, "Water and fire merging? How is that possible? Water and fire merging?" Lu Qing's mind stirred, and he immediately activated his superpower to look towards his master. In the rich red light of superpower, several words emerged from his master's body. Xinsong Qing, skillful in medical skill, kind-hearted, respected, a very good elder doctor. Cultivation, peak of the initial innate realm, water and fire attribute true chi. Blessed with merit power, which brings good fortune and avoids disaster, profound fortune. Exceptional comprehension skills, has grasped a hint of the innate realm intent. Has comprehended the harmony of water and fire, controlling water and fire innate true chi, merging and complementing each other. significantly increasing cultivation speed and power. Master is indeed a true cultivation genius. Lu Qing marveled as he read the words that appeared above his master. Originally, his master was practicing an innate method of the water attribute left behind by Li Weitian, and the innate true qi in his body was also of the water attribute. Unexpectedly, in this underground cave, he had comprehended the harmony of water and fire, mastering another attribute of true qi. Moreover, these two types of true qi not only did not conflict but also complemented each other, greatly strengthening their power, and even the speed of cultivation had become faster. Inside the cave, everyone lost their interest in cultivating, their eyes fixed tightly on the elder doctor showing the anomaly. Wei Xinghe and Ma Gu, among others, vaguely sensed something from the anomalies displayed by the elder doctor. Experienced tales with my virtual library empire, but just as they tried to grasp that hint of inspiration, they always failed to hold on to it. Not until the phenomena on the elder doctor gradually subsided and he opened his eyes did they manage to grasp that hint of realization. Why are you all staring at this old man like this? The elder doctor, after opening his eyes and seeing that everyone except Lu Qing was staring at him intently, got a shock, thinking something improper had occurred on his body. Dr. Chun, what were you cultivating just now? Wei Shanhai asked eagerly. Being of the innate realm himself, he was completely astounded by the water and fire aura on the elder doctor's body. It was nothing much. I just had an epiphany while contemplating the unique implications on this cauldron and integrated another previously comprehended cultivation technique. I noticed the alternating water and fire on your body, and you can actually cultivate two completely opposite innate true qi simultaneously? Wei Shanhai said incredulously. It was just a bit of luck, grasping a little of the principle of the five elements generating and overcoming each other. Wei Shanhai's eyes widened even further, devoid of any demeanor of an innate realm expert. As everyone prepared to leave the underground cave, Wei Shanhai's expression still appeared somewhat dazed. Other cultivators were still shallow in their practices, not realizing what the previous anomaly on the elder doctor had represented. But as someone of the innate realm himself, he knew how difficult it was to master two types of innate true qi, especially when they were of opposite attributes, let alone making them fuse and complement each other, with both true qi enhancing each other and augmenting one's cultivation. This was nearly as difficult as ascending to heaven, yet this nearly impossible feat had truly occurred right before him. This event nearly shattered the heart of Wei Shanhai's martial arts. Being of the same innate realm, he felt the gap between himself and the elder doctor was simply too vast. He had pondered the strange implications of the big cauldron at least 7 or 8 times. But even combined, they did not amount to the insights gained by the elder doctor this time. Before leaving, Lu Qing took a deep look at the leaving fire tripod. Within the legacy he obtained from the tripod, naturally, there was a spell for refining it. However, that spell required an understanding of cultivation methods to be executed. Moreover, to refine a middle-grade spiritual device like the leaving fire tripod, one also needed a very profound realm. At least a cultivation above the innate was necessary. With his current strength, he was simply unable to refine the cauldron. Therefore, Lu Qing decided that once his cultivation reached the level sufficient to refine the leaving fire tripod, he would devise a way to obtain it from the Wei family. Before that, it was best to let the tripod remain peacefully in this underground cave, slowly recuperating its primordial qi. Exiting the underground cave, it was already evening. The mood among everyone was generally quite good, especially Wei Xinghe and Ma Gu, who, despite not having as significant a breakthrough as the elder doctor, also gleaned much from their contemplation of the leaving fire tripod. So after coming out, it wasn't long before they returned to their rooms for closed-door cultivation. After picking up Little Yin and Little Li from Mrs. Wei, Lu Qing also returned to the guest room arranged by Wei Mansion to rest. That night, Little Yin hugged Little Li, and the two little ones soundly slept on a small bed beside them. However, Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, not sleeping. He was cultivating. In the underground cave, after absorbing the strange inspirations emitted by the leaving fire tripod, his divine soul power had greatly increased. Now possessing enough strength, he continued to outline and refine the forthcoming God Soul runes. In the Qi acupoint between his eyebrows, Lu Qing's divine soul power flowed slowly, striving to refine something. And these divine soul fluctuations, under the cover of the original God Soul rune, were perfectly hidden. With Lu Qing's outlining, A new God Soul rune was slowly taking shape. Everything proceeded in utter silence. When the new God Soul rune was completely formed, the first rune that had been outlined moved over to connect with the new rune in some strange manner, revolving slowly around each other. Lu Qing felt a light vibration at his chi acupoint between his eyebrows, which not only became more stable but also expanded significantly in range. Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. He knew this was just the appetizer. According to the records of the Divine Talisman sect's legacy, the condensation of the life-bound talisman was only truly transformative when the third core rune was condensed. It signified that the core framework of the life-bound talisman finally had a semblance of form. Feeling that his divine soul power still had some surplus, Lu Qing unhesitatingly began to concentrate on the third rune. Time trickled by slowly. Lu Qing didn't know how much time had passed until he heard a faint crow of a rooster, and he had finally fully condensed the third divine soul rune. As the third rune was formed and connected with the other two, it began to rotate slowly in a peculiar trajectory. Lu Qing's body shuddered, and a tremendous change occurred at the acupoint between his eyebrows. The void inside the acupoint rapidly expanded, suddenly increasing more than tenfold. At the same time, Lu Qing felt his mind become exceptionally clear, and his sensitivity to the outside world became incredibly sharp. It was as if every movement within the Wei Mansion was clearly sensed by him. Is this the heaven and earth primordial chi divided into the 5 elements that Master spoke of? Lu Qing's eyes were closed, yet in his perception, the surroundings were vibrantly colorful. He could distinctly see the various colors of the heaven and earth primordial.
Yo, Amadeus, my bad. I didn't see your message just now. I was looking up some stuff on the internet, so I didn't see it. My bad. My bad. Oof, excuse me.
Primordial chi, no longer vague and hazy, like watching through a layer of fog, unclear and indistinct. However, since the chi acupoint was not open, he could see the primordial chi, yet he still couldn't induce energy into his body to step into the innate realm. Well, even if I could step into the innate realm now, it would be a loss rather than a gain for me. Lu Qing had taken the Earth Vein spirit liquid and possessed powerful talent. At present, he was in the perfect bone marrow realm, and the potential of his body was far from being fully tapped, with many secret techniques yet to be mastered completely. Pursuing entrance to the innate realm too eagerly would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Armed with several advanced inheritances, He knew that only a solid foundation could support the path of a truly strong individual. However, there's no rush for the innate realm, but I have been polishing my skills in the bone realm for long enough. It's time to break through. Lu Qing got off the bed, quietly opened the door, and stepped into the small courtyard outside. By now, the sky was slightly light. Facing the morning dew, Lu Qing began to stretch and slowly practice his boxing. As he performed the nourishing body boxing, the qi and blood within his body began to circulate more lively. Each move he made was smooth like flowing water, pleasing to the eye, showing the air of a grandmaster. At this point, Lu Qing's proficiency in the first 18 forms of nourishing body boxing was fully on par with his master's, including his unique interpretations. Lu Qing continued practicing move by move, soon reaching the 18th form. According to his usual practice, when reaching this form, he would either stop and conclude his morning practice or return to the first form and start over. But this time was different. With a change in his boxing stance and a unique move, Lu Qing continued to practice. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. His breathing became extremely prolonged, and the circulation of the qi and blood power in his body also became exceedingly slow, breaking limits and gradually surging towards his inner organs. Soon, Lu Qing's body shook, and a strong aura emanated from him. He had effortlessly broken through the barrier between the bone realm and the internal realm, becoming a martial artist of the internal realm. Such an easy breakthrough left Lu Qing unfazed. With his foundation, he could have stepped into the internal realm much earlier. Not to mention, he had also cultivated the divine soul power beforehand and comprehended a saber technique beyond the grandmaster level. However, in pursuit of perfection, he had remained in the bone realm to continue honing his foundation. The breakthrough now was just a natural progression, nothing surprising. Who's there? It was Lu Qing's breakthrough aura that suddenly alarmed the strong individuals in the Wei Mansion. Several strong auras rapidly approached his location. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Just now, I was merely practicing my morning exercises when I made a slight breakthrough, not an invasion by external enemies. Find more to read at my virtual library empire. The ones who rushed over due to the powerful aura emanated by Lu Qing's breakthrough were Housekeeper Wei and several leaders of the Silver Moon Guards. When the group arrived at the courtyard, Lu Qing explained, "So it was young Master Lu cultivating. Then there's no need to worry. You may all stand down," Housekeeper Wei said. Yes, the leaders of the Silver Moon Guards responded. Yet the way they looked at Lu Qing was filled with even greater reverence. Only yesterday, outside the city, Lu Qing had personally vanquished a martial arts grandmaster at the completion of the internal realm right in front of them. With today's breakthrough, how powerful would his strength become? Even more critical was that, after an entire night of spreading, the Silver Moon Guards had largely become aware of Lu Qing's identity. After all, when they had initially gone to the half-mountain small courtyard to protect the young master, many of the guards had encountered Lu Qing. They knew that just 2 or 3 months ago, he was still a martial artist in the Qi Blood Realm. In just a brief period, he had grown from a Qi Blood Realm martial artist to one who could defeat even martial arts grandmasters. And today, he had achieved another breakthrough. The hearts of the several leaders of the Silver Moon Guards were truly shaken to the core. Grand Steward Wei was also profoundly astonished. However, he knew that Lu Qing had accompanied the old ancestor yesterday to comprehend that treasure, so his face still managed to remain calm. Young Master Lu truly is a martial arts prodigy. Compared to you, my decades of cultivation seem utterly insignificant, Housekeeper Wei said with a smile after the Silver Moon Guards had departed. You flatter me too much, Grand Steward. I'm just a bit more fortunate, Lu Qing humbly replied. Grand Steward Wei smiled, knowing this was just Lu Qing being modest. Now that young Master Lu is up, I should go and have the servants prepare breakfast. Please join Dr. Chen and the others in the dining hall for the meal later. All right, thank you for your trouble, Grand Steward. After Housekeeper Wei left, Lu Qing first went to wake Little Yin and Little Li, then headed to the adjoining room to bid his master good morning. Elder Chun had already risen. He had awoken at the very moment of Lu Qing's breakthrough. But upon detecting the presence of Housekeeper Wei and the others, he simply chose to wait until they had left before getting out of bed. You've made a breakthrough? Elder Chen asked with a smile as he saw Lu Qing enter. He was somewhat aware of his disciple's accumulated potential. Yes, as a disciple, I'd honed my abilities to the limit at the muscle-bone realm and couldn't progress further, so I seized the moment to break through. Your cultivation speed is truly unparalleled, Ah Qing. You haven't turned 16 yet, have you? After the new year, I'll be 16. Not yet 16 years old. Even though Elder Qin had watched Lu Qing's progress and breakthroughs, he still found this age unbelievable. A martial artist of the internal realm who was not yet 16 years old. Such martial arts achievements, even in the bustling and aura-endowed central state, would be a rare sight, I imagine. Moreover, he knew that Lu Qing had really started cultivating martial arts only a few months ago. And with Lu Qing's talent, the internal realm could certainly not confine him. Feasibly, in just a few years, he might break through the barriers to enter the innate realm. By that time, at most, he would only have just reached his 20s. A 20-year-old innate grandmaster. Thinking of this, Elder Qin felt his heart trembling slightly. If Lu Qing really managed to reach that step, he would likely be considered an epic-making figure in the entire history of martial arts. Master, Housekeeper Wei said earlier that breakfast is almost ready and has invited us to dine later. Lu Qing did not notice the shock in his master's eyes. In his heart, his master was the true martial arts genius, while he was mostly taking shortcuts with the help of superpower. When it came to innate cultivation talent, he was by no means a match for his master. Okay, I understand. Elder Qin composed himself and nodded. While Lu Qing and the others were freshening up, in another small courtyard, Wei Xinghe had just finished listening to the Grand Steward's report. So, it was young Master Lu who broke through. Wei Xinghe spoke with a hint of admiration. Of course, he had also sensed the aura released during Lu Qing's breakthrough. It was indeed the detection of that aura, seemingly belonging to Lu Qing, that kept him from going over. Now that he had heard the Grand Steward's report and confirmed his guess was correct, Wei Xinghe said incredulously, "Ahai. I remember you once said that when you first saw young Master Lu, he was just a cheap blood realm martial artist, right?" "Yes, my lord. Previously, when the young master was injured, I went to protect him. At that time, I saw that young Master Lu had only just stepped into the Qi blood realm," replied Housekeeper Wei respectfully. "It hasn't been that long since then. Xian had barely recovered from his injury, and now he has already progressed to the internal realm, with combat abilities that even a postnatal perfect grandmaster can't match. How exactly does young Master Lu cultivate?" Wei Xinghe was bewildered. As such a heaven-sent prodigy, naturally, young Master Lu's cultivation cannot be deduced by common sense. Isn't it also the case that the renowned young talents of Central State are incomprehensible in the eyes of others? Housekeeper Wei remarked. But the problem is, even those renowned young talents from Central State seem like faint fireflies compared to the bright daylight in the presence of young Master Lu. They are simply incomparable, sighed Wei Xinghe. Housekeeper Wei fell silent. Indeed, those young geniuses praised by the world in Central State are extraordinary. But compared to Lu Qing, the gap was not just significant, it was vast. A 16-year-old martial artist in the internal realm who, even in the muscle-bone realm, could defeat a bona fide martial arts grandmaster with his bare hands. Such an achievement was utterly awe-inspiring. And that elder Dr. Qin, he's just as enigmatic. Do you know, after comprehending that treasure yesterday, the old ancestor has seemed rather bewildered. When I went to pay my respects, I learned that he was struck by how vast the difference was between himself and Elder Qin, lamenting that although both are in the innate realm, the gap between him and the elder doctor was just too vast. Old Dr. Qin and young Master Lu, both these master and disciple, are truly exceptional individuals. Wei Xinghe sighed and then fell silent. Master and servant just sat there, quietly savoring the shock in their hearts. "Dad, you're awake." Just then, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Wei Xinghe turned around, somewhat surprised. "Xian, it's rare to see you up so early. I've been getting up early to practice recently. Dad, didn't Mom tell you?" Xian, dressed nimbly, had a rosy complexion and a hint of sweat on his forehead, clearly having just exercised. Wei Xinghe's mind stirred, and he smiled. Your mother did mention some fun stories from the mountains last night. She said you've been very diligent in your training recently, following Master Ma's instructions to practice early every day. Is that right? Yes. Zian nodded vigorously, seemingly eager to try. Also, I've learned a stick technique from Dr. Lu recently. How about I demonstrate it now for you to give some pointers? Oh, is it the stick technique taught by young Master Lu? Wei Xinghe recalled what his wife mentioned the night before and his interest was piqued. Then let's see it. Master, do you mind if this old servant watches too? Grand Steward Wei was equally interested. Not at all, not at all. Uncle Hai is so skilled. It's perfect for you to check if I'm doing anything wrong. Zian said excitedly. Wei Xinghe and the Grand Steward exchanged glances. They both noticed that Zian's personality seemed to have changed quite a bit. In the past, he wasn't this bright and his manner of speaking wasn't as courteous as now. Dad, I'm starting now. Zian, dressed agilely, held a long stick behind his back and stood in the center of the courtyard. The long stick was a weapon stored in the residence, and the one he brought back from the mountains had been carefully preserved by him. Although that wooden stick was rough, it held an extraordinary significance for him and was not to be discarded carelessly. Okay, Wei Xinghe watched his spirited young son, a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Zian took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and suddenly, his long stick turned into a flurry of shadows as the stick technique flowed smoothly from his hands. Wei Xinghe initially watched with a smile, but as he watched, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The Grand Steward at his side felt the same. Soon, Zian completed the demonstration of the stick technique. The stick held steadily aloft, unmoving, breathing steady as he slowly ended the routine. That earnest and solemn demeanor made Wei Xinghe feel somewhat dazed. It was the first time he had seen his younger son practice martial arts with such earnestness. Dad, Uncle Hai, how did I do? How's my stick technique? After regaining his breath, Zian asked eagerly. Not bad, very good indeed. And Heir, you've really surprised Dad this time. Wei Xinghe's words were not just to make his son happy. Indeed, the stick technique Zian had just executed was very methodical, the moves skilled, and the power apt. It was evident he had put in genuine effort. The technique is sophisticated, the moves are exquisite. Young master, your stick technique, even among those in the Qi blood realm, is considered exceptionally skilled, Grand Steward Wei praised. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Uncle Hai. Zian was immediately all smiles. One reason he had been practicing so vigorously was to gain his father's approval. Now that he had achieved it, his heart was filled with an immense sense of accomplishment. And Heir, you said this stick technique was taught to you by young Master Lu. What is its name? Wei Xinghe asked. It's called the one-breath stick technique, but Dr. Lu mentioned that this technique has been simplified for me. The true one-breath stick technique can only be learned once I reach the muscle-bone realm, Zian replied. Simplified? Wei Xinghe and Housekeeper Wei were taken aback. The stick technique Zian had just practiced was a continuous blend of offense and defense, nearly flawless, and could be considered a very complete form of martial arts stick technique. If not mentioned, they would not have been able to tell that it was a simplified form of martial arts. Wei Xinghe and Housekeeper Wei exchanged looks again, their eyes filled with surprise. The one-breath stick technique was only a Qi blood realm martial arts technique, not considered very mysterious, and naturally didn't catch the attention of these two inner-realm martial artists. But the level of martial arts mastery revealed by Lu Qing's technique left them both unable to guess. Wei Xinghe suddenly felt what his ancestors had felt. Both being from the innate realm, the ancestor couldn't decipher Elder Qin's martial arts realm and felt utterly defeated. Now he could also not discern Lu Qing's martial arts realm, who was also from the inner realm. Encountering such a talented devil, it was hard not to feel impacted. Watching his younger son's happy face, Wei Xinghe's thoughts stirred. He then smiled and said, "And Heir, have you paid your respects to Master Ma today?" "I did. After paying respects to my master, I came to find you," Zian quickly replied. Wei Xinghe's smile grew even wider. "That's very good. Since you have taken him as your master, and a master is like a father, you should properly honor and respect Master Ma. Understand?" "I understand, Father. Mother taught me all this," Zian earnestly nodded. "It's good that you remember." Wei Xinghe was increasingly satisfied with his son's transformation. However, now that you have accepted a master, this is no trivial matter for our Wei family and should not be taken lightly. "Father, I don't understand what you mean. Xian scratched his head. What I mean is, the ceremony in the mountains where you paid your respects was too simple. Our Wei family didn't even offer a proper ritual gift, which was quite unfair to Master Ma, Wei Xinghe explained. Master Ma is not only your master, but also the savior of you and your mother. We, the Wei family, cannot afford to neglect someone like him. So I've decided to choose a suitable day to host a more grand ceremony for you, to provide all the proper rites. What do you think? Great, great. Xian immediately cheered up. Father, that's a wonderful idea. I'll go tell Master right away. Saying this, he hurriedly ran outside. My lord, the young master has truly changed. Watching Xian's cheerful figure, Housekeeper Wei remarked. Yes, the recent attack by the Heaven Sect was a calamity for our Wei family, but it has allowed an heir to grow, bringing a blessing in disguise, Wei Xinghe said, his face filled with relief. But my lord, should we really let the young master take Ma Gu as his master? Housekeeper Wei was somewhat conflicted. His cultivation is ultimately a bit low. Wei Xinghe nodded. Indeed, Master Ma's cultivation is low, but an heir willingly follows him. Previously, the scholars I hired had higher cultivation, but an heir didn't want to listen to them, so what use were they? Moreover, Master Ma's character is excellent, being able to stand up and save the lady and others in such a situation. With such character, he is more than qualified to be an heir's master. As for cultivation, our Wei family has plenty of cultivation techniques and elixirs. As long as an heir is willing to work hard, won't we have enough resources to enhance his cultivation? For an heir, a master who can manage him is more suitable than one who is highly skilled. Housekeeper Wei thought for a moment and realized the family head made a lot of sense. And he knew there was another point the family head hadn't explicitly mentioned. It was the good relationship between Ma Gu and Lu Qing. Just that point alone was enough for them to pay serious attention. After all, both were truly enigmatic beings. Even their Wei family dared not easily offend such formidable entities. It's settled then. You go prepare for it, and make sure it looks impressive, Wei Xinghe concluded. Yes, I understand. As Housekeeper Wei went to arrange for the ceremony elsewhere, Ma Gu was stunned upon hearing Xian's words. An heir? You're saying the Wei family master wants to hold a grand apprenticeship ceremony for you? Ma Gu asked somewhat stammeringly. Yes, master, Wei Xian nodded firmly. My father said the apprenticeship ceremony in the mountains was too simple, without even a proper apprenticeship gift. It was unfair to you, master, so he wants to make up for it with a proper ceremony to honor you fully. This. How do I, Ma Gu, deserve such honor? Ma Gu was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected the Wei family to pull such a move. To be honest, ever since his return to the county, he had been considering how to handle his master-disciple relationship with Wei Xian. Ma Gu knew his own limitations. Frankly, with his abilities, he truly wasn't qualified to be Wei Xian's personal master. The Wei family had many martial arts experts. Picking any at random, they would be much stronger than him, a mere muscle-bone realm practitioner. What virtue or ability did he have to become the master to young Master Wei of the Wei family? The thought of it getting out might make others laugh their heads off. Aside from fearing being accused of seeking undue glory, what worried Ma Gu more was holding back Wei Xian's martial arts future. After all, he knew he could teach Wei Xian very little. With Wei Xian's martial arts talent, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up to his own cultivation level. By then, he would be even less qualified to be his master. But since his arrival at the Wei mansion, everyone from the Wei family had treated him with great respect, fully recognizing him as Wei Xian's master. This left Ma Gu with no opportunity to speak up. Now, hearing from Wei Xian that the Wei family also wanted to host a grand apprenticeship ceremony, Ma Gu felt even more panicked. An heir, why don't you tell the Wei family master to cancel the apprenticeship ceremony? After much hesitation, Ma Gu finally said, Why, master? Wei Xian didn't understand. The main reason is that my cultivation is too low to hold up the event, and I fear it might embarrass you. Ma Gu sighed. I always feel that I'm not capable of being your master. There are many elders in the mansion who are much stronger than me and would be more suitable. Given the Wei family status in the county, hosting a grand apprenticeship ceremony would surely involve inviting important figures from other families to attend as guests. The thought of so many martial arts experts being present made Ma Gu feel very insecure. But I only want to acknowledge you as my master. Wei Xian stated earnestly, Master, from the moment you scolded me awake in the mountains, I understood many things. Disciple understands what you mean. The strengths of the Silver Moon Guard's commanders are indeed formidable, but they care too much about my status. Even if they teach me, it's just to indulge me. No matter how I practice, they only offer empty praise without pointing out my shortcomings. If it were before, I might have liked it, thinking martial arts training to be too arduous, and the commander's leniency suited me. But after experiencing so much lately, my disciple has realized that in this world, everything can deceive, but one's own strength never lies. Without strength, one is bound to be bullied, unable to protect even those one wishes to protect. Disciple knows I'm naturally lazy and dislike hardship, and to achieve something in cultivation, I must have someone to strictly supervise me. The commanders in the mansion can't do that. Only you, Master, truly have my best interest at heart and won't let me slack off. So please, Master, don't abandon your disciple and continue to guide and supervise my cultivation. Wei Xian was innately quite intelligent. It was just that the Wei family's lofty position in the county had made him believe that even without trying, he could live comfortably. The recent attack of the Tian Song sect had shown him that his once prideful family's power was worth nothing against true strength. His days on the run had taught him many life lessons he had never considered before. Outside the city gates, he had firsthand witnessed the battle between Lu Qing and the robust Great Han, the clash of auras between the Elder and Wang Tsangi, and the imposing power of the Elder Doctor's decisive definer of heaven and earth. While he was profoundly shaken, it also brought him to a complete realization that only power that belongs to oneself is true power. From that moment on, a desire emerged in his heart. He wished that one day he, too, could wield such formidable strength. Even if he couldn't reach the same level as Lu Qing and the others, to be somewhat close would be enough. Seeing the serious expression on Wei Xian's face, Ma Gu felt a bit dazed. He hadn't expected his disciple to say such things. Young Master Wei, once known for his arrogance in the county and whom everyone avoided, seemed to have genuinely grown up. Master, please agree to your disciple's request. Wei Xian pleaded again, seeing Ma Gu's silence. After gazing at his disciple's hopeful expression for a while, Ma Gu suddenly let out a superficial laugh. Well then, since you've said all that, if Master were to refuse now, he would seem far too inconsiderate. Master, you've agreed? Then I'll go find my mother right away to prepare the gifts for the apprenticeship ceremony. Wei Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly bowed to Ma Gu before running outside. Ma Gu wanted to call him back, but the words got stuck in his throat. His hand paused midair for quite a while before Ma Gu chuckled and shook his head. Forget it. A man of his word doesn't hesitate once he's agreed. It was just an apprenticeship ceremony, after all. Could it possibly be more perilous than the experience of being chased through the forest that day? With his perspective adjusted, Ma Gu became more at ease. So much so that when he was having breakfast in the dining hall and Wei Xinghe brought up the subject, he remained quite calm. The details of this matter will be left to you, Wei family master. However, it's a significant event, the apprenticeship ceremony, and I'm afraid I might need to inform my clan as well. Of course, I will have someone deliver the invitation and explain the matter in person, said Wei Xinghe. That must absolutely not happen. Your status, Wei family master, is too noble, and if you were to go yourself, it might lead to unnecessary speculation throughout the city, Ma Gu quickly interjected. Wei Xinghe's status was indeed special. Should he visit personally, who knew what the county lord mansion might think? Unlike the Wei family, those lesser clans held a profound reverence for that somewhat inscrutable Lord County Master. They had to consider his reactions. Upon reflection, Wei Xinghe found the point valid and nodded. Then when the time comes, I'll have a high deliver the invitation in my place. Such would be best. Ma Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Housekeeper Wei, being one of the faces of the Wei family, made him the most appropriate choice for the job. Master Ma, you're heading back? I plan to head out later as well. We could go together. Lu Qing, who was eating, suddenly said after hearing the conversation. Young Master Lu is also planning to go out? Asked Wei Xinghe. Yes, it's rare for me to come to the county, so I thought I'd take little Yin around for a bit to see the sights. Lu Qing had long been curious about the cities in this world. On this rare opportunity to come out, he wanted to see if he could gather some information he sought. Then, I'll arrange for someone to show young Master Lu around the city, Wei Xinghe quickly offered. There's no need, Wei family master. I'll just take little Yin for a casual stroll to experience the city's atmosphere. Having others follow us would actually make us uncomfortable, Lu Qing said with a smile, declining the offer. Wei Xinghe was about to say something more, but then thought better of it. Considering Lu Qing's strength, there was nobody in the city who could threaten him. Even if Lu Qing decided to storm the county lord mansion, no one could stop him. There was absolutely no need to worry about his safety. Thus, he didn't bring up the matter of providing it again. Wei Ziyan actually wanted to join them, but Mrs. Wei gave him a sharp look, and he swallowed his words. And so, after finishing breakfast, Lu Qing left with little Yin and little Li in tow. As for the elder doctor, he had no interest in casual strolling. On the contrary, his eyes lit up when Wei Xinghe mentioned that there were several rare medical texts in the mansion's library that he expressed a desire to read. Young Master Lu, this is a small sum of money prepared by Mrs. Wei for your expenses in the city. If it's not enough, you only need to mention our Wei Mansion's name, and someone will surely come to settle the bills. There's no need to worry. Just before leaving, the Grand Steward handed Lu Qing a pouch. Lu Qing opened it to find several pieces of gold, some loose silver, and several silver notes. The total sum was sizable indeed. He smiled, didn't refuse, and accepted the pouch. I understand. Please thank Mrs. Wei for me, Grand Steward. Master Ma, I'll be leaving first. Holding little Yin in his arms and little Li on his shoulder, Lu Qing waved his hand and walked away. Initially, he had wanted to go out with Ma Gu, but then he saw that the Wei family had prepared many things for Ma Gu, including large chests carried by more than 10 servants, who knew what was inside. Finding it bothersome, he didn't feel like waiting. Once outside in the yard, Lu Qing did not head straight through the Wei Mansion's main gate. It was obvious that countless eyes were probably watching every movement within the Wei Mansion. This was one of the reasons he did not wish to leave with Ma Gu. He wanted to stroll through the county, not to become a spectacle for others. Holding little Yin, Lu Qing eventually found a relatively secluded part of the surrounding wall. After waving to a silver moon guard secretly on watch in a corner, he agilely climbed over. Only the silver moon guard was left behind, speechlessly watching the whole scene. After a long while, he remembered to report back to the Grand Steward. Wei family master, then I shall take my leave first. Ma Gu bowed to Wei Xinghe and made his way toward the grand entrance of Wei Mansion. Behind him, the Grand Steward of the Wei family followed with a number of servants, carrying various thank you gifts prepared by the Wei family. Initially, Ma Gu had tried to refuse these gifts, but relenting to the Wei family's insistence, he could only accept them. As soon as the gates of the Wei Mansion opened, it immediately drew the attention of the spies from various forces outside. They're out. The people from the Wei family are out. Who is that? His cultivation aura doesn't seem very strong. How could he deserve the company of Housekeeper Wei? That's the man who followed beside the mysterious figure from the innate realm yesterday. I recognize him. That's Ma Gu from the Ma family. Why would Ma Gu be coming out from Wei Mansion, and with Housekeeper Wei personally accompanying him? Why is he the only one coming out? What about the innate realm expert and the mysterious young man the family had mentioned? So many items, with the Grand Steward leading so many servants on the move. Where are they going? Look, they're heading toward the southern part of the city. Isn't that where the Ma family is located? Upon seeing Ma Gu emerge from the Wei Mansion with the company of the Grand Steward, all spies felt astonished. Those who recognized Ma Gu were even more shocked. During yesterday's battle at the city gates, these spies hadn't been able to witness it firsthand. Only the strongest representatives from the various forces had dared to approach and watch. Therefore, most spies were unaware that Ma Gu had also been present. Now, seeing Ma Gu walking out so openly from the Wei Mansion, with not only the Grand Steward for company, but also a procession of servants carrying loads, they were all utterly amazed. Noticing that Ma Gu and his entourage were heading to the southern part of the city, the spies quickly followed after them. At the same time, they relayed what they had seen to their respective forces. While the undercurrents among various forces were surging, Lu Qing had already arrived with little Yin and little Li at the most bustling area of the county. Before them, the street was wide and clean, lined with shops and stalls on both sides. In the streets and alleys, amidst the bustling crowd, street vendors loudly hawked their wares, with a multitude of goods dazzling to the eyes, and the aroma of food wafting through the air, presenting a picture of prosperity. Wow! Gazing at the scene before her, little Yin couldn't help but gasp. It was a scene she had never even dreamt of, completely mesmerizing the little girl. Little Li, perched on Lu Qing's shoulder, also had its eyes rounded with surprise. Having lived deep in the mountains since it gained consciousness, it had never seen such a bustling scene either. Only Lu Qing remained calm, though a hint of surprise filled his eyes. He had not expected that even a commercial street in Amir County could be so lively. How much more magnificent and splendid must the state mansion, or even the royal capital, B. All right, stop gawking, let's go in. Seeing little Yin and little Li still with their eyes wide, Lu Qing chuckled. He patted the two little heads and proceeded inside. Lu Qing had not insisted on little Li using its invisibility. At this point, aside from those in the innate realm, he no longer needed to fear anyone too much. Naturally, he did not need to keep little Li in an invisible state at all times as before. Today, he wanted it to experience the hustle and bustle of human society along with little Yin. Entering the commercial street, Lu Qing first bought some snacks for the two little ones to enjoy. Little Yin was like a string of candied hawthorns, while little Li was a pack of fried tiny fish. The two little ones got their treats and immediately began to eat with delight. After taking little Yin and little Li around, satisfying their curiosity along the way, Lu Qing finally stopped in front of a bookstore. This was one of the reasons he had come out to stroll. His knowledge of this world was still too limited. As his strength grew, the circles he would come to associate with would surely become more high-end. Without making preparations in advance, there was no telling when he might suffer a significant loss. Books are one of the best ways to understand a world. He just didn't know if this bookstore would have the information he sought. Brother, are you going to buy books? Little Yin saw Lu Qing standing in front of the bookstore without moving and asked, didn't brother tell you before? There are many interesting storybooks in the city, and soon you can pick a few of your favorites. Really? Little Yin immediately became excited. She could now recognize many characters and could barely read some simple texts. Little Li, hearing this, also brightened up, tugging at Lu Qing's collar with its paw. Lu Qing turned his head, saw the expectation in its eyes, and immediately said, Little Li, you pick two, choose what you like. He had almost forgotten. This little creature's motivation for learning to read was to be able to read stories itself. With the promise made, little Li's eyes also squinted with satisfaction, a contented look on its face. Brother, there are so many books here. Upon entering the bookstore, little Yin exclaimed, Young master, miss, are you here to buy books? The bookstore owner had noticed Lu Qing and his companion early on. Seeing them enter, he immediately came over, bowing and scraping. There was no helping it. At this moment, the clothes Lu Qing and little Yin were wearing were specially prepared by Mrs. Wei, made from exquisite materials that only the wealthy could afford. Added to that the fact that Lu Qing and little Yin, one was sprightly and adorable, the other with an exceptional temperament, and they even had a strange little beast with them. Even if the bookstore owner couldn't recognize which noble family's son and miss they were, he still dared not slight them in the least. Owner, do you have storybooks here? Lu Qing asked. Yes. The bookstore owner quickly said, leading Lu Qing to one area and pointing out, These are all storybooks. What kind of books does the young master want? I want something simple and easy to understand, with straightforward stories and educational insights. I'm buying them for my sister to use as an introduction to character recognition. Lu Qing stated his requirements. The bookstore owner scratched his head, seemingly a bit stumped by these requirements. Still, as someone who could run such a large bookstore, after some thought, he pulled out a large stack of books. These storybooks should meet the young master's requirements. Lu Qing picked up a couple and flipped through them, finding that they were all short stories with simple and easy-to-understand sentences and quite funny stories. He wondered whose leisure-written work they were. Not bad. Lu Qing nodded. Little Yin, Little Li, you pick yourselves. Whatever you like. Keep. The two little ones had been eager to start, and hearing Lu Qing's words, they carefully began to flip through the storybooks. The bookstore owner was somewhat taken aback at this scene. Little Yin was one thing. Although young, it was not rare for children of wealthy families to start learning characters at her age. But to see a little beast flipping through books as though it understood what it was doing was something he had never heard or seen before. Lu Qing didn't care about the owner's expression. Seeing the two little ones engrossed in selecting storybooks and likely not to finish anytime soon, he walked to another area to look for the books he wanted. This time, however, he did so only after activating his superpower, then slowly began searching the shelves. In the situation where Lu Qing activated his superpower, the books on the shelves began to display their respective superpower light. Most of the books emitted a faint white light. Occasionally, when there were books with a more intense glow, Lu Qing would pick them up and flip through a few pages to see if they were what he needed. If suitable, he would take them, planning to buy them and study them further later. Thus, after browsing around, Lu Qing's hands were already filled with a thick stack of books. Explore more at my virtual library empire mostly, They were about the local customs and practices of various places in this world, which could help him better understand this world. In the innermost part of a certain bookshelf, Lu Qing once again picked up a book with strong white light and was about to leave when suddenly a flash of red light caught his eye from the corner of his vision, and he stopped in his tracks. Following that streak of red light, he pushed aside a pile of somewhat disordered books at the bottom of the bookshelf, revealing a book emitting a faint red light. Lu Qing was a bit surprised, as this was the only book of the red light level he had seen in this bookstore. He picked up the dusty book, brushed off the dust, but saw that there was no title or author's name on the cover. However, that was no problem, as the superpower soon provided information about the book. Carefree Wanderer's Notes, essays by a poor soul who sought the truth behind the vanished cultivation era. This book contains some information about the cultivation era. There are some interesting conjectures about the truth behind the demise of the cultivation era. Would you like to download and study? It was a book related to the cultivation era. Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. After opening it and flipping through a few pages, the joy on his face intensified. Thinking it over, he took the book to the bookstore owner. "Owner, where did this book come from? And do you have any other similar volumes?" The bookstore owner, already beaming at the sight of the thick stack of books in Lu Qing's hand, immediately took the book and started to examine it. However, after looking through the essay, his brow involuntarily furrowed. "Young master, forgive my poor eyesight, but I am unaware of the origin of this book." "You don't know either?" Lu Qing was surprised. Previously, he thought the owner was very knowledgeable about the bookstore. "I am not hiding anything, young master. Our family has run this bookstore for 3 generations and many of the books have been collected since my grandfather's time. So even I can't identify the origins of every book, especially since this book doesn't even have a name, making it even harder to trace its source." "Where did you find this book, young master?" "In the innermost part of the bookshelf below. That explains it. Most of the books there are of unknown authors and obscure origins. Few people read them, and I don't even know where my grandfather got them from. They would have decayed long ago if it weren't for my occasional airing and mending. It's going to be difficult for you to trace its source, young master." Having listened to the bookstore owner's explanation, Lu Qing understood that it was unlikely he would find other works by the carefree wanderer. He felt a bit disappointed, but also knew it was impossible, so he placed the books he was holding on the counter. "Then forget it, owner. I'll take these books." "Little Yin, Little Li, have you chosen the books you want?" "We have, big brother." Little Yin, cradling a small stack of books, came running over excitedly. "These are the ones, Little Li, and I want to buy." "Okay, owner, let's sum up how much it will be." "Right away, young master." The bookstore owner's smile grew even brighter. He immediately began counting the books, clicking away on an abacus. It wasn't long before he lifted his head. "All done, young master. The total is..." Hearing the amount stated by the owner, Lu Qing nodded, not surprised. Books were originally expensive in this world, and some richly contented, beautifully bound books could cost over 10 taels of silver each. Compared to that, the price given by the owner was quite generous. "I didn't bring that much silver. Owner, do you accept gold?" "Yes, yes," the owner hurriedly said. Although gold was not easy to circulate, it was always more popular than silver. "That's fine then, owner, here it is." Lu Qing took out 2 small gold ingots from the purse given by Mrs. Wei and handed them over. The bookstore owner took the ingots, carefully examined them, and when he saw the small Wei character at the bottom of the ingots, he was even more surprised. Knowing these were gold ingots from the Wei family, the 2 before him must be esteemed guests from the Wei mansion. His demeanor became even more respectful as he weighed the 2 gold ingots and then took out some broken silver to give to Lu Qing. "Young master, here is your change in silver. I'll wrap up the books for you right away." Just do what you need to do. We are not in a hurry." Once Lu Qing left the bookstore, he realized there was still plenty of time and decided to stroll around a bit longer. This time, he wandered much more freely. Along with Little Yin and Little Li, wherever it was bustling, they headed there, thoroughly satisfying the curiosity of the 2 young ones. In the workshop, when people saw the clothes of Lu Qing and Little Yin, along with the strange little beast on their shoulders, almost everyone instinctively stepped aside to give them space, not daring to crowd them. Those who could dress like this were usually either wealthy or noble, not someone they could afford to offend. Thus, despite the crowded workshop, Lu Qing and Little Yin had a rather comfortable time walking around. Wandering aimlessly, Lu Qing suddenly noticed a crowd ahead with noisy arguing coming from within. Having nothing else to do, he decided to carry little Yin over and take a look. Upon getting closer, he saw that the stalls on both sides of the street were displaying jars and various old objects, and he realized it must be akin to the antique street from his previous life. As the arguing continued, Lu Qing carried little Yin and, with his strong physique, easily made his way into the crowd. At the front of the crowd, he saw a thin man with a pointed chin and whiskers styled in a Fu Manchu, gripping an old man's arm and shouting loudly, "Old guy, you broke my antique vase. If you don't pay today, don't think about leaving." The old man, wearing patched clothes, had a face now full of panic. He mumbled, "It wasn't me. I didn't even touch that vase. It fell over on its own." "Nonsense. My vase was fine. There was no wind or rain. How could it just fall over?" "It was obviously you who touched it." The Fu Manchu whiskered man retorted loudly, "I really didn't touch it. When I walked by just now, I was several feet away from your stall. How could I possibly touch it?" The old man timidly defended, "I don't care. All I know is when you walked by my stall, my vase fell. And if not you, then who? Today, you either pay up or come with me to the county lord mansion to see the official." Upon hearing about going to see the official, the old man panicked more. He had heard that once commoners enter there, right or wrong, they first lose a layer of skin. He looked around desperately, hoping someone would testify that he really didn't touch the vase, which somehow just suddenly fell. He was truly wrong. However, looking around, he realized that the people were only watching them with amusement and none were willing to testify. Glancing at the formidable Fu Manchu whiskered man and his two sturdy assistants behind him, he knew he was probably going to have to compensate for the vase. "All right, I'll pay. How much is this vase?" The old man resignedly asked. "This is an antique vase, giving you a discount, 20 silver ingots." The Fu Manchu whiskered man, seeing the old man concede, revealed a smug expression. How much?" The old man asked in disbelief. "Not more, not less. Exactly 20 silver ingots." The whiskered man stared at the old man. "Well, do you want to pay, or shall we go see the official?" His two assistants immediately stepped forward, menacingly staring at the old man. The old man tremored slightly, whispering, "But I don't have that much money." "How much do you have on you right now?" The old man began searching his clothes. After a while, he pulled out an old wallet. "I only have 3 silver ingots." Lu Qing had been watching from the sidelines. By now, he could tell the old man was being swindled. But as he didn't know the whole story and seeing that the surrounding crowd were just spectators, he didn't intend to interfere right away. Instead, he activated his superpower to assess the situation. He first looked towards the broken vase on the ground. A layer of gray light emerged. Broken vase, a newly shattered porcelain vase. Just as suspected. A look of realization crossed Lu Qing's eyes, and his gaze then shifted to the Fu Manchu whiskered man. A faint white light appeared. Chun Wakai, nicknamed Jackal, notorious in the workshop, well known for swindling country folk and merchants from afar. A sharp, adept at judging people, enjoys extorting farmers and traders from outside the town. By now, Lu Qing could fully understand the situation. Just as he was about to retract his superpower, his eyes swept over the old man holding the wallet. Suddenly, his whole body shook, his eyes displaying a look of shock. Purple glow. How can this be possible? Lu Qing stared intently at the old man's ancient money pouch, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, in his field of vision, a faint purple superpower light was emanating from the old money pouch. Although the light was faint, it appeared so dazzling to Lu Qing. Ever since coming to this world and awakening the superpower, he had only seen this kind of purple glow 3 times. The first time was when he received the inheritance from the Divine Talisman sect. The second was yesterday in the underground cave beneath Wei Mansion, where he saw the leaving fire tripod. And now, the third time was this old money pouch. Could it be that this money pouch was also a spiritual artifact? The thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind, but before the information on the old money pouch could emerge, the man with the mustache suddenly snatched the money pouch, looked inside, weighed it in his hand, and then stuffed it along with the money pouch into his own. 3 silvertail then. Consider it my bad luck, old man. Be more careful when you walk next time. You're lucky it was my stuff you bumped into. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll let you off this time. If it had been someone else, they'd definitely have thrown you into the jail. The mustached man said viciously. Among the onlookers who knew the mustached man's true nature, Those who saw him looking smug despite having gained an advantage all showed contempt. However, this guy had a brother-in-law working at the county lord mansion, who happened to be in charge of managing the workshop. They all had to make a living in the workshop and couldn't afford to offend him. So even if some people sympathized with the old man, in the end, no one spoke up. The old man stood still, his expression one of sorrow. The silver tael was the money he had just received this morning after selling his grain in the city. It was nearly half a year's savings for his family. He had planned to buy some gifts for his granddaughter, who had recently been learning sewing, but kept hurting her fingers with a poor quality needle. The sight of it pained him. He had thought to take advantage of this trip to the city to buy her a good needle to bring back. He never anticipated such a sudden disaster, and now all the money was gone. Thinking about what he would say to his son and daughter-in-law once he got home, overwhelmed, the old man's head overheated, and with a surge of emotion, he suddenly let out a cry and charged towards the wall corner in front of the mustache man's stall. This sudden turn of events came as a shock, completely unexpected by everyone. The majority of the spectating crowd were commoners, none able to react quickly enough. They could only watch in horror as the old man rushed towards the wall corner. Just as the old man was about to be bloodied on the spot, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him, gently pressing on the old man's shoulder, stopping his charge. It was a young man dressed in lavish clothes, holding a sprite-like little girl in his arms, and a peculiar little black beast perched on his shoulder, his face showing a slight smile. "Old sir, even if you feel wronged, there is no need to seek death. Would that not cause pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies?" Seeing that someone had stopped the old man, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The mustached man was even more startled and cursed loudly. "Old fellow, what do you think you're doing?" Fear lingered in the mustached man. If the old man really died in front of his stall, the county lord mansion would undoubtedly intervene, and even his brother-in-law might not be able to smooth things over for him. With that in mind, the mustached man glared at the old man again, saying viciously, "Old fellow, if you want to die, go somewhere else. If you pollute my stall, can you afford to compensate for it?" His ferocious appearance scared the surrounding people somewhat. Blather. Lu Qing, seeing the man still spouting vile words, grew stern, took a light step forward, and in an instant arrived in front of the mustached man. With an effortless slap, he struck the man's face, only to see the bearded man's body spinning like a torn sack, toppling to the ground, unconscious. Upon closer inspection, half of his face was swollen beyond recognition, and several teeth, mixed with blood, had fallen beside him. With the strength Lu Qing now possessed, even holding back 99% of his power, that slap was not something the bearded man's meager body could withstand. Being alive was already the result of Lu Qing deliberately showing mercy, but to suffer a disability in the future was certain. For the force behind Lu Qing's slap carried a whiff of soft energy, causing damage far beyond what was visible on the surface. The surrounding area fell into sudden silence. Everyone watched the scene in shock. Nobody could have imagined that this well-dressed young man, who had just been all smiles, could suddenly strike so ruthlessly. Looking at the bearded man's face, it seemed as though even if he were to heal, eating would pose a problem. Yet, for some reason, witnessing the bearded man in such misery, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction rising in their hearts. Many merchants in the workshop had long found him displeasing to the eye. If it wasn't for his good fortune of having a maternal uncle who worked at the county lord mansion, he would have been expelled from the workshop long ago. Now, seeing someone finally taking care of him, everyone almost couldn't help themselves but to burst into applause. As for the two attendants, seeing how ferocious Lu Qing was, they had already hidden themselves away. After giving the bearded man a near-death slap, Lu Qing lightly flicked and took an old purse from the man's embrace, returning it to the old man. "Old man, this is yours, please take it back." The senior citizen stared at Lu Qing, and it was only when the purse landed in his hands that he came back to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Young man, you've beaten someone. Hurry and go. Otherwise, when the government officials arrive, you won't be able to escape." Yes, this man's maternal uncle works at the county lord mansion. He's not someone to provoke. "Young man, it would be better for you to leave quickly." The onlookers also said in unison. Although Lu Qing was dressed finely and appeared to be a young master of some household, discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire in the hearts of everyone there. The authority of the county lord mansion was not to be taken lightly, and no force in the city would dare to confront it openly. It's all right. This man faked antiques and swindled a senior citizen, nearly causing a fatality. With such behavior, I presume that even the county lord mansion cannot openly protect him, can they? Said Lu Qing lightly. The crowd was at a loss for words. They thought the young man was quite naive. If the county lord mansion were really so fair, how could Chen Chilang have roamed the workshop for so long? Old man, it's crowded here with many eyes. How about you out? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lu Qing again addressed the senior citizen. The senior citizen had long wished to leave this place. He remembered well the indifferent expressions of the others just a moment ago. Now that he had revealed his wealth, he dared not stay here any longer. That would trouble you, young man, said the senior citizen with a grateful face. Lu Qing led the senior citizen out. Just before leaving the street, he paused and spoke indifferently. Oh yes, should someone from the county lord mansion come seeking accountability, you can tell them to look for me at the Wei mansion. My name is Lu Qing. After that, Lu Qing left with the senior citizen, leaving everyone standing dumbfounded as they watched their figures disappear. This young man, he's from the Wei mansion? Watching Lu Qing's retreating figure, everyone's face was full of surprise. They had not expected his background to be so significant. After their surprise, they looked at the mustached man who had fainted with delight in their eyes. This Chen Chiling usually bullied and swindled in the workshops, relying on his uncle who worked at the county lord mansion. Now that he had offended someone from the Wei mansion, let's see if he could still be so arrogant in the future. You have to understand, most families and powers in the city have to show 3 points of respect towards the county lord mansion. But there was one exception, and that was the Wei mansion. Wei mansion didn't have to be wary of the county lord mansion. On the contrary, the county lord mansion had to yield 3 points to the Wei mansion in everything. In front of the Wei mansion, what was his uncle who worked there? Even the lord county master had to be polite. What's happened here? The county lord mansion is handling matters. Move aside quickly. Just as everyone was happily taking misfortune for pleasure, a series of shouting voices came over, as several county retainers in their uniforms, led by the 2 previous shop assistants, ran towards them. It turns out that these 2 had disappeared earlier to find reinforcements. Among the retainers, people recognized Chen Chailing's uncle, Wang Yi. Despite showing disdain, they still gave way. Brother-in-law. When Wang Yi saw the sorry state of his brother-in-law, he could hardly believe his eyes. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head, which was shocking to look at. Who dares to hurt people recklessly in the workshops? This is blatant contempt for the county lord mansion's laws. Come out at once. Wang Yi roared in anger and grief. Around him, there was dead silence. No one spoke up. Fine, no one will talk. Huh? Then take everyone back and interrogate them one by one. I refuse to believe no one will confess. Wang Yi shouted loudly. His companions who had come with him were startled and hurriedly stepped forward to urge him in a low voice. Brother Wang, calm down. Arresting so many people, if it really escalates, neither you nor I can handle it. The people around heard that Wang Yi wanted to crazily arrest everyone. Beyond their fear, they also couldn't help feeling a surge of indignation. Someone immediately shouted, "What does this have to do with us? The person who hit your brother-in-law has already named his household. He said he was from the Wei mansion and named himself Lu Qing. If you have the guts, go find him. What kind of ability is it to bully us? What? Someone from the Wei mansion?" Wang Yi's heart suddenly felt as though it had been doused with cold water, and he shivered all over. His companions were even more startled and quickly asked, "Are you telling the truth? That man claimed to be from the Wei mansion? Why would I lie to you? That young man is dressed in fine clothes and carries an extraordinary aura. It's clear he's not from an ordinary family. Even if he isn't from the Wei mansion, he must come from an exceptional background. Wang Yi, if you don't believe me, go to the Wei mansion and ask for yourself. Don't wrong a good person here." The shop owner who spoke was clearly ready to stake everything, his speech laden with sarcasm. Wang Yi's face turned ashen, his fist clenched tight, and he couldn't speak. Seeing the bad turn of events, a companion stepped forward. "Brother Wang, involving someone from the Wei mansion is not something we can deal with. The pressing matter is to send your brother-in-law to the medical hall. After he wakes up, we can inquire about what really happened." Wang Yi took a deep breath, his clenched fist slowly unclenching, and he nodded. "Let's do as you say. Trouble my brothers to lend a hand and carry my brother-in-law to the medical hall. It's no trouble, but since this involves the Wei family, it's beyond what we can handle. When we return, I'm afraid we'll have to report to the higher-ups." Wei Mansion's independent status in the county demanded respect from the county lord mansion, and they couldn't be careless. Watching Wang Yi and his group arriving with a fierce momentum and then leaving dejectedly, the merchants in the workshop applauded and cheered. These retainers had no shortage of extorting and swindling them on normal days, so seeing them humbled now couldn't be more satisfying. Lu Qing was unaware of what had transpired after he left. At this moment, he was in a private room of a tavern. "Old sir, come, have some wine to steady your nerves." After ordering a table full of good dishes, Lu Qing poured a cup of wine for the old man and said with a smile, "Young master, if there's something you need, just tell this old man straight. Your kindness is almost too much for me to handle." The old man felt uneasy seeing the table full of dishes. Coming from a poor background, he had never been to such a high-end tavern or seen such exquisite food. The cost of any of these dishes was likely equal to a month's income for his entire family. How could he dare to eat? If it wasn't for Lu Qing's luxurious attire and him having saved his life and helped him retrieve his silver earlier, he would never have dared to enter such an expensive place. "Old sir, there's no need to panic." After giving Little Yin a piece of chicken to eat, Lu Qing continued with a smile, "I won't hide it from you. Actually, I do have a favor to ask of you." "A favor to ask of me?" The old man looked astonished, almost thinking he had misheard. "Young master, you jest. Someone like you, what could I possibly help you with?" "Old sir, I wonder if you could show me that money pouch of yours?" "The money pouch?" The old man was taken aback, only then realizing that Lu Qing was referring to the small pouch he used to carry his silver. Though unsure why Lu Qing would want to see that old pouch, the old man still took it out and handed it to Lu Qing. Naturally, he wasn't worried about Lu Qing having any ulterior motives. With the silver he had, he probably couldn't even afford the pot of wine in front of him, let alone catch Lu Qing's eye. Sure enough, after Lu Qing took the money pouch, he poured out the small silver pieces onto the table. He didn't bother to give them more than a glance, instead closely examining the pouch itself. Upon a close look, Lu Qing immediately noticed something amiss. The money pouch was old but exceptionally sturdy with not a single sign of damage. Moreover, its material didn't seem to be cloth but rather resembled some kind of animal hide, naturally adorned with faintly discernible and bizarre patterns that were difficult to make out without a careful look. After inspecting it, Lu Qing finally activated his superpower to look at the pouch. Before long, a faint purple light emerged from the money pouch. Qiankuan Qi Bag, low-grade spirit artifact, forged by a great divine power possessing mana, using the outer skin of the space cloud beast as the primary material. Containing a microcosm inside, it has a vast space within it capable of storing items, along with the capability to absorb and exhale clouds and mist, and inhale and exhale wind, with the ability to refine living creatures. The space cloud beast is naturally gifted with a space divine ability, and the natural patterns on its hide contain a hint of the law of space. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy, the spiritual nature has greatly declined, the powers of the spiritual objects have dimmed, and their might is hardly 1/100th of what it once was. Reading the words that had appeared on the money pouch, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, this was a spiritual artifact named the Qiankuan Qi Bag. Additionally, according to the information on the words, it was one of the legendary space-related items. What surprised him was that, unlike the leaving fire tripod, there was no inheritance left on this pouch. Even so, it was already enough to make Lu Qing thrilled. The elderly man on the other side, seeing Lu Qing examining an old pouch over and over, was completely perplexed. He didn't understand. Wasn't it just in? What was there to look at? "Old sir, may I be so bold as to ask where you got this money pouch from?" After confirming it was truly a spirit artifact, Lu Qing suppressed his elation and asked the elderly man. "I found this money pouch when I was young, digging in the fields one time. I saw that it was old but not damaged, so I took it home, cleaned it up, and started using it. Strangely enough, although it looks old, I've used it for many years without it ever going bad. It has always been like this." As he said this, the old man also began to suspect something. Could it be that this money pouch was special? Seeing his expression, Lu Qing knew he must have guessed something. "Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire," he spoke candidly. "Old sir, I must tell you the truth. The material of this money pouch is quite special and useful to me, so I would like to buy it. What price would you ask to part with it?" "Son, is this money pouch really a treasure?" the old man asked with widened eyes. "To someone like me who practices cultivation, yes, it is. But to an ordinary person like you, aside from holding money, it has no other use," Lu Qing implied. Upon hearing this, The old man understood that this was something for martial artists and had no relation to ordinary folk like him. He immediately said, "If the young master likes it, just take it. After all, this thing isn't of much use to me. Besides, if not for you, I might have lost my life just now. This money pouch, consider it my way of saying thanks for your help." The old man was not a fool. Since the object was something even martial artists desired, it wasn't something an ordinary person like himself could keep. It was only because Lu Qing was good-natured that he asked so politely. Had it been any other martial artist, not forcibly taking it would have already been a kindness, let alone being so considerate as to not endanger his life. One thing for another, this item indeed has use for me, but I can't simply take it for nothing. Here's the deal, old sir. Take this piece of gold as payment for your money pouch. Lu Qing took a small gold ingot from his and placed it on the table. The dazzling glint of gold caught the old man's eye instantly. He had lived for so long, but never encountered such a large piece of gold. However, he quickly waved his hands in refusal. I couldn't. Son, it's just a money pouch, and you've just saved my life. How can I possibly take your money? Don't decline, old sir. Let's settle it this way. I will buy the money pouch from you. Without further discussion, Lu Qing stuffed the gold ingot into the old man's hand. The old man wanted to refuse again, but found himself unable to let go once the gold was in his grasp. He suddenly thought that with such a large piece of gold, many problems at home could be solved. There'd be enough for his granddaughter's dowry and his wife's persistent illness. They could afford better medicine. They might even build 2 more rooms, so many family members wouldn't have to crowd into their small home, struggling to find a place to rest. With this in mind, the old man found himself unable to voice his refusals. Seeing this, Lu Qing knew the old man was tempted. He smiled lightly. "It's just a piece of gold, of no great concern to me. Old sir, rest assured and accept it." Seeing that Lu Qing insisted to this extent, the old man eventually accepted the gold ingot. "Old sir, are you hungry? It would be a waste to let this lavish spread of dishes go uneaten." Seeing that the old man had taken the gold ingot, Lu Qing then put away the money pouch and smiled. The old man, having accepted the gold, naturally felt less constrained and joined Lu Qing in enjoying the feast. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lu Qing personally escorted the old man out of the city and discreetly followed him at a distance to ensure no one was tailing them before returning to the city. After all, it was better to be thorough in good deeds. The last thing he wanted was for his kindness to result in misfortune for the old man. Just as he re-entered the city, Lu Qing's expression suddenly became grave as he looked ahead. He saw a man with a smile on his face, sauntering toward him not far ahead. The man was a handsome middle-aged individual, whose phoenix eyes were particularly striking. Shanghai has met young Master Lu. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes approached Lu Qing with a smile on his face, yet directly exposed Lu Qing's identity. At that moment, the information about the newcomer also appeared in Lu Qing's vision. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. He saw a few words emerging amidst a rather strong red light. Yin Songhai, Song County Master, of royal blood, carefree and promiscuous personality, not particular about details, extremely curious. Cultivation, postnatal internal realm great success, possesses a variety of secret techniques, especially skilled in swordsmanship. Originally a member of the royal family, due to excessive curiosity, he probed into taboo matters and was demoted from the royal capital. So, he was the nominal ruler of the county town. After reading the information, Lu Qing understood in his heart. He just hadn't expected that the other party's background was rather complex, being a descendant of the royal family. Is Lord County Master here because of the hooligans from the workshop that came looking for me? Lu Qing was not surprised that this person knew his whereabouts. As a county lord, if he didn't have that much intelligence capability, that would be too incompetent. Not at all. Qin Wakai has taken advantage of his position in the workshop to bully people and extort money from the common folk, a matter that I have already investigated. Young Master Lu need not worry, Yin Songhai said. Oh, then may I ask, how did Lord County Master deal with that person? Lu Qing asked curiously. Of course, 1 year's imprisonment, confiscation of property, and expulsion from the city after his sentence is served. Lu Qing nodded. Not being familiar with the laws of this world, he didn't know whether the punishment was heavy or light and thus made no comment. However, I heard that Qin Wakai was able to extort in the workshop with impunity because his brother-in-law, who works for the county lord mansion, covered for him. How did Lord County Master deal with him? Lu Qing continued to inquire. Yin Songhai faltered for a moment before responding. Chen Wensai's brother-in-law, Wang Yi, has been a diligent servant for many years and has worked hard. As for the matter of Qian Wakai taking advantage of his name to defraud others, Wang Yi was not fully aware of it. Considering his hard work and ignorance, a penalty of 3 months' salary is imposed to serve as a warning to others. Lu Qing smiled non-committally, neither expressing his opinion on this treatment. Since Lord County Master has already uncovered the truth, I suppose there is no longer anything to do with me. Please allow me to take my leave. Lu Qing bowed slightly, ready to leave holding little Yin. Yin Songhai hastily called out to him, "Young Master Lu, I have prepared some food and drink at Yifeng Building. May I have the honor of your company?" Yifeng Building was the most expensive and finest tavern in the county. Lord County Master is too kind, but I have already eaten, and having been out for some time, I fear my master will worry. I must return early to report safety. I must decline your generous offer. However, Lu Qing promptly refused, slowly walking toward the direction of Wei Mansion, holding little Yin. Leaving Yin Songhai behind, his face bearing a look of regret. "Jirue, why do you think you declined my invitation?" Once Lu Qing's figure disappeared, Yin Songhai suddenly spoke. "He doesn't like you." A figure appeared beside Yin Songhai, calm and indifferent, precisely the cloth-clothed youth. "Why would that be? I should not have offended him," Yin Songhai said, somewhat taken aback. "He took a dislike to you the moment he heard your handling of Wang." The cloth-clothed youth stated blandly. "What was improper about my punishment?" Yin Songhai, search your heart and ask yourself, do you really believe that what Wang Yi said is true? That he doesn't know Chen Wakai is extorting others in his name in the workshop? The cloth-clothed youth looked at his friend with some irony. If you truly believe that, then it seems like you've become more naive as the years have passed. Yin Songhai fell silent. After a while, he finally said, "Wang Yi is a talent. With just the ordinary cultivation technique distributed by the County Lord Mansion, he has managed to achieve perfection in the Qi blood realm in just a few short years. If we give him more resources, with time, he might reach perfect bones and muscles, or even step into the internal realm. You know, I have no one to use at my disposal right now. So you're pretending to be confused, wanting to give him a chance?" The cloth-clothed youth shook his head. "Yin Songhai, you've truly disappointed me. I thought being demoted to this remote Song County would clear your mind, but instead, you've become even more muddled. A mere perfect blood Qi realm has made you betray your own principles. With that attitude, do you still delude yourself that one day you'll be able to return to the royal capital and reclaim what was once yours? Yin Songhai, when did your tolerance shrink so small?" At these words, Yin Songhai trembled all over and his face suddenly turned a few shades whiter. The cloth-clothed youth saw this and shook his head, his disappointment deepening. He turned to leave. "Since young Master Lu dislikes you, I advise you not to provoke him. Don't be fooled by his mild demeanor. I can see that his propensity to kill is actually quite heavy. If you anger him, be careful that he doesn't just slaughter you outright." Lu Qing didn't know that such a conversation had taken place after he left. He had just returned to Wei Mansion with little Yin and little Li when he saw Wei Xinghe and Mrs. Wei walking out from the back garden. "Young Master Lu, little Yin, you're back. Did you have fun?" Mrs. Wei saw the two and greeted them happily. "It was all right," Lu Qing smiled. "The city is indeed very different from our countryside. Its bustling sights are overwhelming. Auntie, we went to many places, ate lots of food, and even bought books to bring back." Little Yin said cheerfully as well. Because Lu Qing had advised her earlier on the way back, little Yin did not mention the incident in the workshop. "Young Master Lu bought books?" Wei Xinghe noticed the books Lu Qing was holding. "Yes, in our countryside, books are rare. Normally, when I teach little Yin and the others to read, I have to rely on the medical texts collected by my mentor. Since it's not often we come to the city, I bought some books to broaden our horizons." "Little Yin, you're starting to read?" Mrs. Wei was somewhat surprised. "Yes, little Yin can recognize many characters." The little one said proudly, "Not just me, little Li can read too." At that, Wei Xinghe and Mrs. Wei were genuinely astonished. Their gaze towards little Li changed. This little black beast could actually recognize characters? Unfortunately, little Li was always indifferent to people it wasn't familiar with. Facing their attention, it didn't even open its eyes, just pretending to sleep on Lu Qing's shoulder. Wei Xinghe put away the surprise in his heart and said to Lu Qing, "Since young Master Lu loves books so much, Wei Mansion also has some collections. If you're interested, you're welcome to browse our library and see if there's anything you like." Lu Qing's interest was piqued by this. Books kept in Wei Mansion must be extraordinary, and there might be information that he was seeking. He nodded in agreement. Then Lu Qing would like to thank Wei family master beforehand. After chatting a bit more, Lu Qing learned that housekeeper Wei was still at the Ma families and had not returned, and his mentor had been invited by Wei Shanhai to discuss insights into innate martial arts. Mrs. Wei also invited Little Yin and Little Li to the rear garden to play. With nothing else to do, Lu Qing simply made an excuse to go back to his room to rest. Back in his room, he carefully closed the door, and only then did Lu Qing take out his gains from the day. Lu Qing first took out the casual notes of the carefree wanderer. This time, after strolling around the city, Lu Qing made immense gains. Read the latest on my virtual library empire among them. The greatest finds were this book of notes in the Qiankuan Qi bag. According to information discovered by a superpower, the notes contain some details about the cultivation era. Lu Qing was quite curious about that mysterious era. Thus, he decided to first make sense of this book. On inspecting the book, Lu Qing found that even its material was extraordinary. The pages were especially tough, suggesting a long preservation without damage. Do you wish to download and learn? Faced with the prompt in his field of view, Lu Qing chose yes. Downloading, current progress 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.97%, 98%, 99%, 100% download complete. Do you wish to commence learning? Lu Qing continued with the choice to learn. The next moment, a familiar sensation of assimilating knowledge emerged from the depths of his mind, and he gently closed his eyes. After a while, when he had digested the information in his mind, he opened his eyes, a hint of lamentation in his gaze. This carefree wanderer really was a tragic figure. Having absorbed the information from the notes, Lu Qing finally learned the deeds of the carefree wanderer. The carefree wanderer, in reality, was a cultivator from over 1,000 years ago. More accurately, he was a pitiable person in pursuit of the way of immortal cultivation. The carefree wanderer initially was a scholar. As a young man, he stumbled upon a legacy of immortal cultivation in an odd cave by chance. Coincidentally, his talent was also remarkable, perfectly fitting that legacy. Just like that, armed with the legacy he obtained from the strange cave and some resources, he managed to self-learn and break through limitations without any guidance, entering the Qi refining realm and becoming a bona fide cultivator. Later, he even exploited the resources of the cave to break through ranks rapidly, entering Qi refining perfection within a mere decade and some. According to the carefree wanderer in his notes, such progress, even placing him in the resplendent cultivation era, would rightly consider him an unmistakable genius, the kind eagerly recruited by major immortal sects. Sadly, he was born in the wrong era, one where spiritual energy was scarce, the immortal Tao had faded, and martial arts flourished. Even with outstanding cultivation talent, there were no immortal sects for him to join. This caused the carefree wanderer to express in his notes more than once his lamentation of being born at the wrong time. Even more despairing was that due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, his cultivation halted after reaching Qi refining perfection, no longer making any progress. No matter how he practiced, he could not achieve a breakthrough, unable to step into the perfect realm that followed Qi refining perfection, a state of being flawless and immaculate. In search for a breakthrough, the carefree wanderer began to travel the world. He visited a variety of famous mountains, great rivers, and peculiar places, hoping to find a slim chance for advancement. Having reached Qi refining perfection, his cultivation realm was equivalent to a martial artist at the perfect innate realm, and even stronger due to the wonders of immortal cultivation. Thus, traveling the world was not a difficult task for him. However, after the carefree wanderer exhausted decades searching for the sites of former immortal sects as recorded in the legacy he inherited, he discovered that those once magnificent cave heaven-blessed lands and immortal cave mansions had long vanished without a trace. What little remained were only ruins and desolation. It was then that the carefree wanderer truly realized the cultivation era had indeed come to an end. But it wasn't all fruitless. In one of the old sites of a sect named Heavenly Tao Sect, as recorded in the legacy, he came across a jade wall. The jade wall contained a secret history. It implied that the decline of spiritual energy was the result of Heavenly Tao's self-regulating cycle. Much like the breathing of a person, one rises as another falls. One cycle of spiritual energy's rise and fall was roughly 60,000 years. 30,000 years of decline and exhaustion, followed by 30,000 years of recovery and prosperity, the cycle repeating endlessly without halt. Upon reading this secret history, the carefree wanderer's heart turned cold. According to the records on the Jade, he calculated that he was in the late stage of the decline of spiritual energy, and it would be at least 1,000 more years before the next recovery of spiritual energy. Knowing this, the carefree wanderer began to despair. As a cultivator with chi refining perfection, equivalent to the realm of martial artists' innate perfection, his lifespan was only 300 years. Even if the path of immortal cultivation was mystical and he knew secret techniques to cling to life, at most he could only live for 500 years. Waiting for the true recovery of spiritual energy was impossible. In other words, despite his exceptional talent and astonishing innate gift for immortal cultivation, he could not wait for the day of spiritual energy recovery to shine in his own glory. At the very end of the scribblings, Lu Qing saw that after learning of the secret history on the Jade, the carefree wanderer did not give up entirely. His entire life was a struggle against the laws of the heavenly Tao, trying to step into a higher realm with his talent and effort. In the centuries that followed, he made many attempts, seeking various secret lands, absorbing the residual spiritual energy, practicing martial arts, and even delving into the shocking path of insect witchcraft. But all these attempts ultimately ended in failure. Until the time of his passing, he was unable to break through the chi refining perfection to step into the higher level of the Foundation establishment realm. After finishing the record of the carefree wanderer's life in the scribblings, Lu Qing remained silent for a long time. This was the second time he was deeply moved by someone's life story. The first was Li Weitian, the second was this carefree wanderer. However, compared to Li Weitian, the carefree wanderer's life seemed more tragic. Li Weitian's end could be said to have been partly his own fault. Had he not wasted too much time in his early life on striving to be better than others, he wouldn't have been forced to rush through his breakthrough with insufficient accumulation and ultimately pass away. But the carefree wanderer was different. He pursued the immortal Tao all his life, cultivated diligently, and never slackened. Fate, however, played a cruel joke on him, having him born in the wrong era. Despite possessing extraordinary talent for immortal cultivation, due to the lack of spiritual energy, he was trapped in the realm of chi refining perfection for his entire life, ultimately dying of old age. A tragic genius abandoned by the era of cultivation. Lu Qing felt deeply moved and sighed at the carefree wanderer's fate. In an era lacking spiritual energy, without any guidance, he managed to cultivate on his own to chi refining perfection. Had the carefree wanderer been born in the prosperous era of immortal cultivation, it was hard to imagine what heights he could have achieved. Alas, there are no ifs in the world. Being born in the wrong era sealed the carefree wanderer's tragedy. After dwelling on the carefree wanderer's life for a while, Lu Qing also turned his attention to another matter. According to what the carefree wanderer noted in his writing, his era was at least 1,000 years away from the period of spiritual energy recovery calculated by the Heavenly Tao sect. Nearly 1,000 years had passed since the carefree wanderer's demise. By that calculation, wouldn't the period of spiritual energy recovery be in the era he was currently in? But he hadn't noticed any significant changes in the world, had he? No, that's not right. A sudden realization hit Lu Qing, sending a jolt through his heart. Little Li, in the leaving fire tripod, Lu Qing suddenly remembered that the appearance of Little Li and the gradual restoration of the leaving fire tripod might already be foreshadowing something. Little Li is a spiritual beast, and the leaving fire tripod is even more a spiritual artifact. Both are related to spiritual energy. Could this mean that the spiritual energy of this world had already begun to quietly recover? Find exclusive stories on my virtual library Empire. It was just that the speed of recovery was too slow, and with the heritage of immortal Tao being severed, it went unnoticed. After all, according to the records on the Jade by the Heavenly Tao sect, the cycle of spiritual energy fluctuation could span as long as 60,000 years. If that's the case, I need to prepare in advance. A serious look appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. If the spiritual energy was truly recovering, it would be a major shift that hadn't occurred in tens of thousands of years. The entire world's structure would likely undergo significant changes. Lu Qing did not believe that those cultivation forces, which once had illustrious names and controlled the world's resources, had all perished. Having gained the heritage of cultivation himself, he knew that the techniques of cultivators were far superior to those of martial artists. It was impossible that they had no means of coping. He preferred to believe that they were lying dormant somewhere, quietly waiting for the day when the spiritual energy truly recovered to a certain level. However, this could also be an opportunity for me, Lu Qing muttered softly to himself. Regardless of whether those cultivation sects were hiding or had completely disappeared, the fact that cultivators were rarely seen in this era was undeniable. Because, before the complete resurgence of spiritual energy, Lu Qing might use this opportunity to gain the upper hand. Just like this time, he had obtained a spiritual artifact almost without any cost. One must know that even at the peak of the cultivation era, spiritual artifacts were still extremely precious. Many smaller sects had none at all, and some larger sects might have only 1 or 2 spiritual artifacts, serving as the foundation to suppress their sect's fortune. That he could obtain one so effortlessly was indeed great fortune. Lu Qing took out the Qiankuan Qi bag. He gently caressed the patterns on the Qiankuan Qi bag. He suddenly thought that because of the depletion of spiritual energy, many famous spiritual artifacts from the cultivation era were probably in a poor state now. They might have degraded nearly to ordinary objects, just like the Qiankuan Qi bag. Although most of them were likely taken away by the cultivation sects, it was hard to say if any were still lost outside. If he could locate these spiritual artifacts, wouldn't he make a fortune? Thinking of this, Lu Qing's heart grew somewhat excited. The disappearance of the cultivation era was a disaster for those cultivators, but for him, it was truly a great opportunity. After fantasizing for a while, Lu Qing calmed his emotions, ready to begin refining the Qiankuan Qi bag. Although he hadn't found any heritage in the Qiankuan Qi bag, the heritage he obtained from the leading fire tripod included a technique for refining magic artifacts. And coincidentally, that technique was one Lu Qing could barely perform. Holding the Qiankuan Qi bag, the divine soul power surged within the divine aperture between Lu Qing's eyebrows, threading out a wisp toward the inside of the Qiankuan Qi bag. Quickly, he sensed the restrictions inside the Qiankuan Qi bag. As long as he could refine these restrictions, he would be able to control this spiritual artifact successfully. Following the secret refining method of the Lihua sect, Lu Qing manipulated his divine soul power and began to slowly refine the restrictions. Just days earlier, Lu Qing had been unable to perform this refining method. But last night, after he had condensed the third god soul rune and formed a framework for the life-bound talisman, his divine soul power had greatly progressed, albeit barely sufficient.
It went okay. Had to dig a couple in, I think it was maybe 5 inches into the ground, and had to make sure it didn't break apart when we took it out of the pot. But other than that, it was pretty okay. I want to say it's an orange tree that we planted. I think it's orange. I'm not 100% sure. Or it could have been mango. No, I think it was a mango tree. Yeah, it's a young mango tree though, so it's gonna take a couple of years before it can actually bear fruit. Ooh, it's 12 o'clock. I'll probably play for another 30 minutes, and then I'll probably hop off. Well, 33 minutes, because right now I got 3 minutes on the food that I currently have up here, and then after using another sushi, I'll have another 30 minutes. So So yeah, about 33 minutes. In about 33 minutes, I'll hop off because by then it'll be past 12:30.
The Chinkuan Chi bag had been silent for countless years, its spiritual nature greatly diminished, and the power of its restrictions had been weakened to the extreme. Lu Qing's refinement process went very smoothly, taking hardly any effort to subdue the control restrictions. When the final layer of restriction had been penetrated by his divine soul power, Lu Qing suddenly felt a shock in his heart and spirit. A stream of information entered his mind. With a thought, he immediately understood the various marvelous functions of the Chinkuan Chi bag. First and foremost, it was as he had previously discovered using his superpower. The Chinkuan Chi bag was a magic artifact with spatial attributes. Not only did it contain vast space inside, but it could also store objects and allow living creatures to temporarily survive within. In addition to that, it harbored an array within it that could swallow clouds and exhale mist, altering the climate within 10 miles, breathing in air and blowing out wind, unleashing powerful celestial gales and lethal winds to annihilate enemies. Indeed formidable. Of course, these marvelous uses belong to the Chinkuan Chi bag's period of prosperity. Nowadays, with the depletion of spiritual energy, the Chinkuan Chi bag had not been nourished by spiritual energy for too long, and its arrays and restrictions inside were extremely weak, almost stagnant, difficult to activate. For now, Lu Qing could only use its function to store objects, and it could only collect inanimate objects, unable to take in living beings. These were all within Lu Qing's expectations, so he felt no disappointment. If the array and restrictions of the Chinkuan Chi bag had not been weakened to the extreme, given his current realm, he would not have been able to so easily refine and control a spiritual artifact. He was still clear about the gains and losses involved. With a slight movement of thought, Lu Qing's heart and spirit had entered a mysterious space. This space was quite vast, empty, and desolate to look upon. Lu Qing's expression shifted, and the next moment, his heart and spirit arrived in a corner of the space. Looking at the items there, he was somewhat surprised. Could these be the spiritual materials left by the previous master of the Chinkuan Chi bag? With a thought, suddenly a small pile of items appeared on the floor of the room. These were precisely the items that Lu Qing had taken out from the Chinkuan Chi bag. There were over 10 jade bottles, some dried-up herbs, and several large pieces of black, iron-like material. Lu Qing first examined the jade bottles. He found that they were either empty or that the elixirs inside had long turned into muddy dregs, utterly useless. He then used his superpower to examine the dried-up herbs. He discovered that they were indeed spiritual medicine, but without exception, all had withered away and lost their medicinal power. Lu Qing felt somewhat disappointed but also understood that this was normal. Spiritual energy had been waning for tens of thousands of years, and even the Chinkuan Chi bag had almost turned into a mundane object due to lack of nourishment. How could it possibly maintain the spiritual nature of the objects inside? However, holding on to a last sliver of hope, Lu Qing still fixed his gaze on the several large pieces of mineral iron. Soon, a rich red light emerged from the stones. Outer Heaven Meteorite Ironstone, a mysterious meteorite ironstone that fell from beyond the heavens and was squeezed and buried deep underground for tens of thousands of years. Material heavy and extremely hard, very precious, highly accommodating, one of the best materials for refining magic artifacts and embryos of spiritual artifacts. After examining the information that emerged from the mineral iron, a look of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. Could it be Outer Heaven Fallen Iron? Lu Qing was very excited. In the inheritance of the Li Hua sect, this rare spiritual material was mentioned and highly revered, referred to as one of the best materials for forging the embryo of a spiritual artifact. The middle-grade spiritual device, the Leaving Fire tripod, was infused with quite a bit of outer heaven fallen iron during its forging by the Lihua sect. The young master of the Lihua sect had once expressed his regret in the inheritance, saying that if the tripod's body had been made entirely of outer heaven fallen iron, they would not have been defeated in that great sect war. Unfortunately, outer heaven fallen iron was too rare, and even with the accumulation of thousands of years, the Lihua sect had not managed to gather much. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing had found several large pieces in the Qiankuan Qi bag. It looks like I can move up the schedule for forging my war saber. Lu Qing's war saber had been damaged in a fight with a burly Great Han. In these past days, he had not been able to find a suitable replacement. Although the Wei family had offered some treasured sabers for him to choose from, in his view, while those sabers were not bad, they were not much stronger than his original one, so he had not made a choice yet. After receiving the inheritance of the Lihua sect, he even fancied the thought of forging a treasured saber by his own hand. He had been thinking of looking for some good ironstone after attending the apprenticeship ceremony of Ma Gu and Wei Xian. Now that he had gotten the outer heaven fallen iron, it was better than any artifact refining material he could find. After admiring the outer heaven fallen iron pieces for a while, Lu Qing put the items back into his Qiankuan Qi bag. He also tucked away the books he had just purchased and some other miscellaneous items. From there on out, Lu Qing felt refreshed all over, with nothing but his clothes and a Qiankuan Qi bag on him, free from any other burdens. Actually, spiritual artifacts could be stored inside the body, but as Lu Qing was not a cultivator, not even at the innate realm, his Qi acupoints were not opened. He could not store the Qiankuan Qi bag in the Dan Tian energy point to be nourished, and could only temporarily hang it on his person. After finishing all these things, Lu Qing walked out to the courtyard, found a comfortable spot, and with a thought, he took out a book from the Qiankuan Qi bag to leisurely read. This time, he chose not to use his superpower to download the content directly, but to flip through it page by page, enjoying the fun of reading and passing the time. After all, life was not only about cultivation. At appropriate times, it was necessary to relax. Strength and softness and measure are the righteous path of cultivation. Unfortunately, there was no river in the city, otherwise, Lu Qing would have liked to go fishing. He enjoyed reading comfortably in the courtyard for several hours until a servant from Wei Mansion came to inform him that dinner was ready, and then Lu Qing put the book away. He followed the servant leisurely to the dining hall, feeling quite satisfied within himself. That afternoon, he had already gone through a small part of the books he had brought back. He had learned a lot more about many things in this world. Acquiring knowledge could make one feel fulfilled, so his mood was quite good. Explore stories at my virtual library empire upon reaching the dining hall and seeing his master, Little Yin, Little Li, and even Grand Steward Wei there. He also found out during dinner. Housekeeper Wei had already arranged with the Ma family for the apprenticeship ceremony, which was set for 3 days later. Tomorrow, they would send out invitations to the various families and powers in the town to attend the ceremony. 3 days, plenty of time. After learning this, Lu Qing thought for a while, and after dinner sought out Wei Xinghe. Family head Wei, there is something I would like to request your help with. Oh, what might that be? Please speak, young master Lu. Wei Xinghe perked up and hurriedly responded. It was rare for Lu Qing to ask him for a favor, and this was a great opportunity to strengthen their relationship. I have a list here with some materials on it, and I was wondering if the family head could dispatch someone to help me collect them. I can pay for the expenses. Lu Qing took out a sheet of paper. Young Master Lu said, what? Just gathering some materials. How can we let you incur expenses? Wei Xinghe took over the paper, opened it, and looked at it, and couldn't help but be surprised. That was because some of the materials listed were quite peculiar and indeed not easy to find. Young Master Lu, Wei dares to ask, what do you need these materials for? I need them for preparing a certain medicinal solution. Why? Is it hard to find these items? Family head Wei. Lu Qing felt a bit uneasy. The materials listed on the paper were organized according to some records from the heritage of the Lihua sect. Although there were no spiritual materials included, he was not certain whether everything could be found. After all, the Lihua sect was from too long ago. Who knew whether some of the materials still existed? It's not impossible. Most of the items are in the mansion's secret vault, but a few will require some effort to obtain, and it may take a few days to have news, Wei Xinghe said. That's not a problem. I'm not in a hurry, Lu Qing smiled. Just do your best to gather them, family headway. If they can't all be found, it's also fine. If the materials weren't complete, then the effectiveness of the medicinal solution would be weaker. He would just have to put in more effort, and it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Then I will arrange for someone to search for them shortly. Hearing Lu Qing say this, Wei Xinghe was also relieved. However, he had already decided in his heart that he must handle this matter well. It was rare for Lu Qing to ask him for help. Such opportunities were few and far between. Oh right, there is one more thing Lu Qing would like to ask family headway about. Speak freely. I wonder, in this county, which blacksmith shop is the best? The next morning, young Master Lu, this Junta'sGaming workshop is the finest blacksmith shop here. The owner, Master Lin, with his fiery fire hammer technique, is incredibly skilled, almost on par with a grandmaster of weapon crafting. Standing in front of a blacksmith shop, housekeeper Wei introduced it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at the dazzling array of weapons inside, as well as the faint, warm air emanating from within, and nodded. Then I'll trouble Grand Steward to facilitate. Housekeeper Wei, you've come. The owner is waiting inside. Please come in quickly. At that moment, a middle-aged and portly man with the appearance of a manager hurried out from inside and bowed. Thank you, Manager Wang, for leading the way. Knowing that Lu Qing wanted to visit the best blacksmith shop in town, Wei Xinghe had arranged it properly the previous night. It's no trouble at all. Please, both of you. Lu Qing and housekeeper Wei followed the manager inside. From the outside, the shop seemed small, but the interior was quite spacious. Just as they reached the backyard, Lu Qing felt a wave of heat wash over him. A vibrant scene unfolded before them. They saw several forges spouting flames, with more than a dozen bare-chested men surrounding them, some working the bellows, some forging iron blocks, and others quenching the metal. Each person had their role, busily crafting various items. Among them, a short but very robust old man with red cheeks and thick arms was walking back and forth with an air of authority, occasionally scolding a worker to correct their technique. The middle-aged manager rushed over to report to the elder. The old man turned to look in their direction and immediately walked over. Housekeeper Wei honors us with his presence. Lin has not come out to welcome you from afar. Please accept my apologies. The elder bowed with his hands clasped together, his voice booming. Master Lin speaks too modestly. The one who should apologize is me. I knew you were busy and still I disturbed you, Housekeeper Wei said with a smile. Aha, what disturbance? You're much too polite, Housekeeper Wei. Having you visit our small shop is an honor for our Junta'sGaming workshop. The elder waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Qing. This gentleman must be the young hero you mentioned in your invitation letter, who wanted to visit our Junta'sGaming workshop, right? Master Wei informed that young Master Lu is a distinguished guest at Wei Mansion. He is greatly interested in casting and wanted to visit the best blacksmith shop in the county. So I brought him to yours, Master Lin. Your next journey awaits at my virtual library, Empire, Housekeeper Wei introduced. Hello, Master Lin. Lu Qing bowed slightly as a greeting. At that moment, in his field of vision, he saw information about the old master craftsman. Lin Tietue, owner of Junta'sGaming workshop, an old blacksmith with exquisite skills, charismatic and forthright. Cultivation, great success in the postnatal muscle bone realm, skilled in hammer skill. This name is quite down to earth. Lu Qing thought to himself, nice, but Housekeeper Wei, you flatter me too much. If old man Wang next door heard this, he would definitely challenge me to a competition. Even though Master Lin's face was filled with smiles and he could hardly suppress his joy, he replied modestly. Housekeeper Wei gave a slight smile and said no more. At Junta'sGaming workshop, Master Lin and Master Wang from Iron Soldier Pavilion nearby weren't on good terms, a well-known fact throughout the county. He had no interest in getting involved. What would young Master Lu like to see? Knowing Lu Qing was a distinguished guest of Wei Mansion, Master Lin didn't dare to be negligent. Anyone who could have Housekeeper Wei himself, as in must have an extraordinary background. Although he hadn't gone to the city gate yesterday, he had felt the terrifying force emanating throughout the city. He later heard that a young man had amazed everyone with his skills, defeating a martial arts grandmaster in the inner organs perfection realm with a perfect bone marrow realm cultivation. Looking at Housekeeper Wei's attitude, could this young man be the one? With this thought, Master Lin's demeanor became even more respectful. Actually, I mainly want to rent a casting furnace from your workshop to personally forge a suitable weapon for myself. Is that convenient, Master Lin? Lu Qing got straight to the point. Young Master also knows the casting technique? Master Lin was quite surprised. Lu Qing's demeanor didn't have the slightest air of a blacksmith. His hands were smooth and uncalloused, not at all like someone skilled in casting techniques. I know a little, but I'm not yet proficient and need more practice. Master Lin immediately understood that Lu Qing wasn't skilled in casting. It was just a spur-of-the-moment desire to personally forge a weapon for fun. He had encountered such young masters before, so he wasn't too surprised. Of course you can. Which furnace does young master have his eye on? I'll clear it for you right away. If it were anyone else making such an unreasonable request, Master Lin would be very displeased. But since Lu Qing was a distinguished guest of Wei Mansion, and housekeeper Wei was with him, an individual likely capable of defeating a martial arts grandmaster, he knew that concessions were naturally warranted in the face of such a presence. Master Lin, please choose for me. Something with strong firepower, said Lu Qing. Then furnace number 1, it has the strongest airflow and highest temperature. It can even forge fire rock steel, which should meet young master's requirements. Master Lin pondered briefly before giving his opinion directly. Then I'll go with Master Lin's recommendation. Fire rock steel, Lu Qing knew, was a mysterious steel with a very high melting point, typically found near volcanoes. If even that kind of mysterious steel could be forged, then indeed the firepower of furnace number 1 was formidable. It barely met his requirements. Soon, Master Lin had cleared furnace number 1 for use. Young Master Lin, please, may I know what kind of weapon you intend to forge? This isn't urgent. I'd first like to practice a bit to familiarize myself with the process. Hearing this, Master Lin became even more convinced that Lu Qing really just came to play. Not even familiar with the casting process, how could he possibly forge a good blade? Master Lin, if you are busy, you can go about your own affairs first. There's no need to specially accompany me. Lu Qing said with a smile. It's no trouble. Lately there haven't been any special orders in the workshop, and this old man is also idling around with nothing to do, so I can watch young masters forging technique. How could Master Lin dare to let Lu Qing mess around by himself here? If he got injured, Master Lin would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, he still shooed away those who wanted to watch and his disciples, to avoid disturbing Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled, understanding Master Lin's thoughts. He did not expose them, and after choosing for a while, he finally picked a medium-sized hammer. Master Lin, may I use some materials from your workshop? Asked Lu Qing. Feel free to use them, immediately replied Master Lin. After all, the materials on the furnace were just ordinary iron bars. Even if they were ruined, he wouldn't mind. Lu Qing looked at the materials on the furnace and found they were indeed just ordinary raw iron bars, so he then began using them with ease. Holding the hammer in his right hand and clamping a red-hot iron bar from the coal furnace with his left, he placed it on the anvil. Then, he activated his superpower and entered learning mode. The hammer technique from the Li Hua sect heritage flowed through his mind, and various insights emerged. Ding! Lu Qing smashed the hammer onto the iron bar, and a crisp sound resounded. Master Lin's heart initially jumped, but soon his face showed an expression of understanding. Indeed, this young Master Lu was not adept in blacksmithing skills. This hammer strike, although strong, lacked skill. The force applied was incorrect, making it appear quite unfamiliar. Hammering this way, it would be difficult to beat out the impurities from the raw iron. However, he did not offer any suggestions and just watched quietly. After hammering a few times, Lu Qing also noticed something was wrong, and he stopped to think quietly. Master Lin, seeing him remain silent for a while, was considering whether to offer some advice when Lu Qing once again raised the hammer. Ding! Lu Qing hammered down again. But this time, Master Lin's eyes involuntarily widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Because this hammer strike from Lu Qing was completely unexpected. As a seasoned blacksmith who had immersed himself in casting for decades and handcrafted countless weapons and tools in his lifetime, Master Lin's forging skill had reached an exceedingly high level. When teaching his disciples, he did not need to look. Just by listening, he could tell when a disciple made a mistake. So he could instantly tell that this hammer strike from Lu Qing was completely different from the nearly aimless pounding before. The force applied was extremely appropriate and clever, just enough to drive out the impurities from the iron bar, something even his own disciples might not achieve. Was it luck? A thought flashed through Master Lin's mind, but he quickly realized that he was wrong. After that hammer strike, Lu Qing also felt the difference and knew he had found the right approach. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He did not stop, continued to raise the hammer, and hammered down again. In the time that followed, Lu Qing continued like this, hammering and folding the iron bar one strike after another. During this process, Master Lin's eyes grew wider and wider, eventually leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Ding, ding, ding. In front of furnace number 1 at Junta'sGaming workshop, Lu Qing had been hammering the iron bar for several hours. Yet, he seemed not tired at all. His hand was always so steady, and he hadn't even sweated a single drop. It was as if he wasn't standing by the hot forge, but rather in a cool mountain valley. Outside furnace number 1, other people had already gathered. Like Master Lin, they all stared, dumbfounded, at the scene. The entire backyard fell silent, leaving only the rhythmic sound of Lu Qing's hammering. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Lu Qing finally stopped forging. By then, the iron bar in his hand had already transformed, taking the shape of a sword embryo. Hiss. Lu Qing plunged the sword embryo into the cold water, and a burst of steam rose. After the sword embryo cooled down, he clamped it out and observed attentively. A faint red light emerged from the sword embryo. 100 refined sword core. A sword embryo formed through repeated folding and forging has reached the 100 refinement level. Only through 1,000 hammer strikes and 100 foldings can a device be made. This sword embryo has the foundation to become a treasure sword. It reached the 100 refinement level? Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. Just now, he had been immersed in mastering the hammering technique in his mind and hadn't counted how many times he had folded and forged the iron bar. It was unexpected that he had forged it into 100 refinement steel in one go. Seeing Lu Qing examining the sword embryo, Master Lin, who had been anxiously waiting outside, couldn't wait any longer and rushed in. Young Master Lu, may this old man also have a look at this sword embryo? Of course, this was made using the materials from your workshop. Lu Qing handed over the sword embryo. Master Lin received the sword embryo with both hands and scrutinized it carefully. When he saw the special forging pattern on it, his heart shook, and he couldn't help but blurt out, 100 refined sword core. What, Master, is it true? This sword embryo has really reached the 100 refinement level? The other blacksmiths couldn't believe what they heard. They had not watched Lu Qing forge from the beginning to the end, so they were not aware of how many times Lu Qing had folded and forged the sword embryo. What, now you even doubt my judgment? Master Lin, upon hearing this, immediately frowned and retorted, Not at all, not at all. We would never dare to question your judgment, sir. The disciple shivered and hastily responded with a laugh. Still, their hearts were deeply shocked. Their view of Lu Qing had completely changed. They recalled Lu Qing's previous comment about understanding a little about forging. Merely an understanding, yet in just one morning he had forged a sword embryo of the 100 refinement level? Even their master rarely managed to do that. Who exactly was this young Master Lu? Master Lin's heart was equally stunned. He was not incapable of crafting 100 refinement level weapons. Being a casting master with skills approaching those of a great master, he had once managed to forge weapons of 500 and even 700 refinements. However, such weapons required him to prepare extensively, spending a great deal of effort and time. If the standards were strict, it might take a year and a half to forge just one. Even for a 100 refinement weapon, he would need several days to complete. Discover more stories at my virtual library Empire Yet. Under his very eyes, Lu Qing had forged a 100 refinement level sword embryo in just a few hours. This efficiency far surpassed his own. How could Master Lin not be astonished? Yet, what astonished Master Lin the most was not the 100 refined sword core itself, but the state Lu Qing had exhibited during forging. He was utterly focused, without a trace of distraction, error-free from start to finish. Every move he made was like a union of heaven and man, full of beauty and power in his hammer skill. If Lu Qing weren't so young, he might have suspected this was a great master disguised, playing a joke on him. By now, Master Lin knew that Lu Qing had been modest in his earlier words. He laughed, having truly thought the young man knew nothing of forging. Housekeeper Wei, who had been silent all this while, was also very surprised. He knew that a genius like Lu Qing couldn't be judged by common standards. But still, seeing him forge a 100 refinement level sword embryo left him somewhat stunned. He was well aware of Lu Qing's background and knew that following the elder doctor, he shouldn't have had the chance to learn forging skills. Yet now, He had personally hammered out 100 refined sword core. How could this be possible? Young Master Lu, are you by any chance from a forging family? Master Lin asked respectfully. If his earlier respect was to compliment Lu Qing as a distinguished guest of Wei Mansion, now the respect came genuinely from within. A young man whose forging skills subtly surpassed his own. Such a person could not possibly come from a simple background. Not at all. I just happened upon some forging legacy and was tinkering with it by myself, with no formal mentorship. No mentorship? Master Lin drew in a breath of cold air, even more astonished. Without mentorship, yet able to refine forging skills to such an extent, he couldn't even imagine just how high Lu Qing's talent in forging was. Facing the astonishment of those around him, Lu Qing felt no pride. With his current realm of cultivation, coupled with the help of superpower, learning a hammer skill naturally wouldn't take much time. In fact, the hammer skill he was practicing was merely a foundational technique within the traditions of the Lihua sect. It was initially given to some outer disciples to practice forging mortal weapons. The truly profound techniques of artifact refining, which involve stirring innate true fire in the blink of an eye, melting materials, embedding spells, drawing upon nature's spiritual energy to forge magic artifacts and spiritual artifacts, were indeed techniques that transformed the decayed into the magical. Compared to that, this method of repetitive hammering hardly counted as efficient. Of course, skyscrapers rise from the ground, and although basic, Lu Qing did not underestimate this technique of hammer forging. It was the beginning of the craft of forging. Only with a solid foundation and deep understanding of forging could he better understand and master the profound techniques of artifact refining. Thinking this, Lu Qing picked up the hammer again, grabbed an iron bar, and prepared to continue forging. But this time, he chose the largest hammer. Young Master Lu, are you continuing to forge? Isn't this sword embryo to your liking? Seeing this, Master Lin hurriedly asked. That was just practice work, not meeting the requirements I desire for a weapon. Lu Qing shook his head. Don't worry, Master Lin. I'll fully pay for the materials used here. A mere 100 refinement level sword embryo, barely meeting the threshold of a treasure sword. How could it possibly meet Lu Qing's goals? The war saber that Ma Gu had given him had 500 refinements. Young Master Lu speaks too humbly. I certainly didn't mean that. It's just some iron. Use it freely. If it's not enough, there's plenty more in the storeroom. But you've been forging for so long. Don't you need to rest? Master Lin hurriedly explained, fearing that Lu Qing would think him stingy. It's all right. I'm quite strong, and this bit of exertion is nothing to worry about. Besides, this round of forging won't take as long. Lu Qing smiled. Lifting the hammer, a massive one weighing tens of pounds, it seemed weightless in his hands. Lu Qing first concentrated and gathered his energies, then suddenly, with a mighty swing, he smashed the hammer down. A loud sound erupted. Master Lin's eyes instantly widened in shock. Master Lin watched as Lu Qing's heavy hammer struck down. Under the enormous force, the glowing red iron bar, in an instant, sparked as it was compressed and collapsed, turning into an iron disc. Then Lu Qing folded it and struck down with another heavy, hammering it back into an iron disc once again. In this manner, Lu Qing swung his hammer, one strike following another. The iron bar, like dough, was easily flattened by his blows. But Master Lin and his disciples understood that it wasn't that the iron bar was as soft as dough, but rather that Lu Qing's strength was truly astonishing. Each swing could easily flatten the iron bar. What was most crucial, Master Lin and his followers noticed, was that Lu Qing was not just blindly pounding with brute force. Instead, each hammer strike contained various changes and was just enough to reach the limit of the iron bar, squeezing out the impurities within, yet not so powerful as to break the metal. One strike, one refinement. How is this possible? Watching Lu Qing swing the heavy hammer as if it were light as a feather, strike after strike, Master Lin had already begun to stare blankly, muttering to himself in a trance. His heart was filled with an indescribable shock. He had never thought that forging an iron billet could be done in such a manner. Each hammer strike was a refinement, a technique of forging that seemed magical, something that even the true casting great masters he had seen could not achieve. Yet it was happening, vividly, right before his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. In the backyard of Junta'sGaming workshop, Lu Qing continued swinging his heavy hammer, each releasing a colossal force that shook the entire backyard. Everyone, captivated by the display of power and beauty, lost themselves in the moment. Housekeeper Wei was no exception. Possibly because of his higher cultivation, He was even more capable of appreciating just how terrifying Lu Qing's hammer skill was. He estimated that even with his realm at the great success of the internal realm, he feared he might not be able to withstand a few blows from Lu Qing. In this way, Lu Qing continued to hammer tirelessly for more than an hour. Suddenly, he felt something, stopped folding and hammering, and began shaping the iron bar in his hands. Gradually, the iron bar he held began to change shape, forming the outline of a sword. Clang! With another strike, amidst a shower of sparks, Lu Qing finally stopped hammering and put the sword embryo that had taken shape into cool water. SSS. Under the mist of steam, Lu Qing took out the sword embryo, gazing at it intently. A rich red light emerged from the surface of the sword embryo. 1000 refined sword mold. A sword embryo formed through repeated folding and hammering, having reached the level of 1000 refinement. Only through 1000 hammerings and 100 refinements can one create a finished piece. A sword embryo of 1000 refinement level has the potential to become a magic artifact. Limited by the material, this sword embryo has reached its limit. Continuing to hammer and fold it will not improve its quality. Indeed, after seeing the information on the sword embryo, Lu Qing came to a realization. While hammering before, he had already sensed it. He felt that the iron bar had reached its limit, and continuing to fold and hammer would be meaningless. It seems that mortal iron, after all, is just mortal iron and cannot be endlessly folded and hammered to improve its quality. 1000 refinement level was already the utmost quality for these iron bars. Lu, young Master Lu, may this old man have a look at this sword embryo? At this moment, Master Lin asked with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with hope. Of course you may. Lu Qing casually passed the sword embryo to the older master craftsman. Master Lin reverently took the sword embryo in both hands and scrutinized it closely. This time, his apprentices could no longer bother with the proprieties of master and disciple. They all crowded around to inspect the sword embryo. The sword embryo that Lu Qing had forged this time was slightly smaller than the last one because he had hammered out all the impurities within it. Of course, that was not what Master Lin and his apprentices were paying attention to. Their first order of business was to examine the patterns on the sword embryo. Then, when they saw the incredibly detailed patterns, Master Lin's body trembled violently. This pattern, it's indeed a 1000 refinement treasure embryo. This sword embryo has reached the 1000 refinement level. Master, has it truly reached the 1000 refinement level? The apprentices had never seen refined iron of the 1000 refinement level, and their bodies were equally shaken upon hearing the news. It's unmistakable. The fine pattern is like fish scales. This is the mark of a 1000 refinement treasure. Upon hearing their master's utterly certain tone, all the disciples were stirred. They all jostled together, passionately studying the sword embryo, wishing their eyes could stick to it. For an ironsmith, the opportunity to see ironware of the 1000 refinement level was an immense honor indeed. Cradling the sword embryo, Master Lin looked at Lu Qing with somewhat trembling lips. In fact, he had some expectations for the quality of this sword embryo. After all, he had watched Lu Qing forge the sword embryo from beginning to end, and although he had not counted the number of folds and hammers, he had a rough impression. Find more to read on my virtual library empire, but precisely because of this, when he actually saw the pattern indicating the 1000 refinement level on the sword embryo, his heart was even more agitated. Because during the forging, the skills Lu Qing displayed were truly heart-stopping. Hammering and refining by, such miraculous techniques really existed. Master Lin had never seen a casting master, so he did not know the extent of the forging skills of those grandmaster level existences. But he was certain that Lu Qing's forging skills, not to mention anything else, were at least on par with any casting master in the art of hammering alone. 1000 refinement treasure embryo? Housekeeper Wei couldn't help but gape slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Qing to actually forge a sword embryo of the 1000 refinement level. It was worth noting that such treasure swords, even in Wei Mansion, were not numerous. Young Master Lu, thank you for bestowing this treasure for our observation. Holding the sword embryo, Master Lin approached Lu Qing and returned it with a respectful demeanor. He acted just like an apprentice faced with a great master. It's just a sword embryo, Master Lin. You don't have to be so formal, Lu Qing said with a smile, choosing not to take it back. I actually have a matter in which I'd like to ask for Master Lin's assistance. Young Master Lu, please speak. If this old man can help, I will certainly do my utmost. Master Lin eagerly answered. It's nothing serious, it's just regarding this sword embryo. I'd like to ask Master Lin to help forge it into a longsword. I have a good friend who will be celebrating a happy occasion in a few days, and I would like to give him this sword as a congratulatory gift, if possible. Of course, there is no problem with that. But why is young Master Lu not forging it himself? Master Lin asked with a hint of confusion. If I may speak frankly, Master Lin, I have some insight only in the aspect of forging. The other casting skills are quite unfamiliar to me, not as experienced as you, Lu Qing explained. To forge a perfect treasure sword, it was not enough to simply hammer the sword embryo. There were still processes like inlaying, polishing, and sharpening, all of which were not Lu Qing's expertise. I see. Rest assured, young Master Lu, I will certainly not disappoint and will forge this treasure sword well. Master Lin's heart was somewhat excited, for crafting 1,000 refinement treasure sword by hand was an unprecedented experience for him. However, after the excitement subsided, he suddenly remembered something. But young Master Lu, didn't you say you came to use the forge because you wanted to make a weapon for yourself? Is this sword embryo not for your own use? I'm in no hurry for my own weapon. Lu Qing shook his head. This time, I came to sharpen my own forging skills. In a few days, once I've gathered the materials, I'm afraid I will have to trouble Master Lin once more. When Lu Qing and Grand Steward Wei left Junta'sGaming workshop, they were very respectfully seen off by Master Lin leading his disciples. The scene left the middle-aged shopkeeper, who had been watching the storefront outside, dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened, for the masters never showed such deference to a young man before. Even when meeting the Lord County Master, the master of the workshop had never lowered his posture so much. Young Master Lu, are you planning to give the 1,000 refinement treasure sword to Master Magu? Grand Steward Wei asked after they left Junta'sGaming workshop. Yes, in 2 days there will be an apprenticeship ceremony for Master Ma and his young disciple. Master Ma is adept with both swords and sabers, and since a sword is known as the gentleman of weapons, it is perfect as a congratulatory gift. This time, obtaining 1,000 refined sword mold was somewhat unexpected for Lu Qing. He had been slightly troubled about what congratulatory gift to give for Master Ma's apprenticeship ceremony in a couple of days. This was indeed a fortunate coincidence. As for the 100 refined sword core, he did not take it with him, but instead gave it to Junta'sGaming workshop as a fee for using their forge. That gift you are giving, young master, is truly generous. 1,000 refinement treasure sword is always exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even within the state mansion, it is rarely seen and coveted by many swordsmen whenever it appears, Grand Steward Wei said with a smile. A sword of the 1,000 refinement level is considered a true treasure, slicing through iron as if it were mud and cutting hair with are all done with ease. Such a sword, even with the Wei family's collection, they did not possess many. That Lu Qing could gift it so casually truly amazed Grand Steward Wei. Especially when he thought that it took Lu Qing only an hour or two to forge, his astonishment was even greater. Before coming to Junta'sGaming workshop with Lu Qing, he had never imagined that Lu Qing's skill in casting was so profound, capable of effortlessly forging a weapon of the 1,000 refinement level. Such casting ability was indeed not inferior to those world-renowned casting masters. Such a young casting master, coupled with the formidable strength to defeat a martial arts grandmaster. Grand Steward Wei found that the more he interacted with Lu Qing, the more he realized how inscrutable the young man was. One could never know how many unknown skills he still concealed, and each of them was so breathtakingly brilliant. Lu Qing did not notice Grand Steward Wei's internal turmoil. He was quite satisfied with his trip to Junta'sGaming workshop. Being able to forge a sword mold of the 1,000 refinement level using mere mortal iron meant his crafting skills had truly developed. Once Wei family master helped him gather the materials, he could begin forging his own war saber. After returning to Wei Mansion, Grand Steward Wei hurriedly went to report to Wei Xinghe. The news that Lu Qing possessed forging skills comparable to those of a grandmaster was very important. Wei Xinghe was equally astonished upon hearing this, but he did not spread the news, instead heightening Lu Qing's importance several levels in his mind, and ordered his men to speed up the process of gathering the materials Lu Qing needed. In the following days, Lu Qing did not go out again, contentedly practicing martial arts and reading books in Wei Mansion. He had also asked someone from Wei Mansion to go back to Jioli Village and inform Old Master Zhang and the others that he would be staying in the county for a while, so there was no rush to return. 2 days later, just before the apprenticeship ceremony, Junta'sGaming workshop finalized the 1,000 refined sword mold into a true treasure sword and sent it to Wei Mansion. Young Master Lu, please have a look. Does this sword meet your expectations? The one who personally delivered the sword was none other than the owner of Junta'sGaming workshop, Master Lin. He held out a beautifully decorated long wooden box respectfully to Lu Qing. The respectful demeanor was so astonishing that even Wei Xinghe, who happened to be present, couldn't help but marvel. This old master, known for his superb casting skills, was considered second to none in the county, and he was usually quite proud. Explore more at my virtual library empire yet. In front of Lu Qing, he was so respectful. It seemed he was indeed completely subdued by young Master Lu. Just as the Grand Steward had said, Lu Qing took the wooden box, opened it, and inside lay a long sword. He picked up the sword, flicked it with his fingers, and had already drawn it from the scabbard. A cold light flashed abruptly, making everyone feel a sharp aura rushing towards them. In Lu Qing's hand, the blade was snow white with fine and peculiar patterns on the sword body, looking extremely beautiful. Lu Qing pulled a strand of hair from his head, threw it into the air, then flicked his wrist lightly. In the blink of an eye, cold glints and dense sword shadows filled the air, stabbing countless times in a matter of seconds. This sudden display of swordsmanship instantly dazzled everyone. Even Wei Xinghe twitched the corners of his eyes. Putting himself in the situation, he realized that even he would have difficulty resisting Lu Qing's swift sword tech.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Good amount of, got 2 experience, almost enough to get 2 levels, almost enough to get 3 levels. I didn't even notice I was so close to leveling up, but hey, that's okay. I don't mind. Before I end the stream though, I am gonna hop onto PSO2 New Genesis to do the dailies on that. It'll only take about 10 minutes to do the dailies there, so it won't be long. Okay, let's organize my inventory before I hop off of Final Fantasy. Oh, just one away from DNF. That's okay. That's alright. Yeah, you got a good 3 levels. I got almost 3 levels because I did not use I didn't use a XP boost because I keep forgetting to recharge my XP boost, so I didn't use one. But if I had gotten the XP boost, I probably would have gotten 3, maybe. No, yeah, I would have gotten 3 levels as well. Maybe halfway to 4 levels. Probably. So long as an hour time had passed by, because you can only use it once every hour. Well, for me, because I use the. Hold on, I'll check and see which one it is I use in a second. I use the Emperor band, so ooh, I do have charges. Oh shit. I thought I didn't have any charge. Oh, okay, so I probably recharged it and just completely forgot about it. But yeah, I use the Emperor band, so once every hour, I could only use it every hour. Oh, so you have the so I'm guessing you have the Empress? Is it the Empress or is it the Chariot? I think it's Chariot. Oh, so you also use the Emperor. Okay. Okay. So you also have you have to wait an hour for each charge. You have to wait an hour as well. Yeah, I think I recharged mine this week. What is it? What day is this? It is Sunday. Oh shit! Damn, that week flew fast. Okay, so if no wait, it's I just remember it. I just turned Sunday 1 hour ago. Oh, almost an hour ago. Because it's past 12 a.m. So the so yeah, I have I can recharge um this I can recharge. So I probably tomorrow when I leveling up, I'm not sure. I'll probably hop back onto Ranger, try and do Ranger a bit, but I'll probably use the recharge as much as I can tomorrow, so that way I can recharge it. JP midnight. What time is JP Japan's midnight is? Okay, I used to know this stuff, but I don't know this stuff. I don't remember now, but I'm guessing JP midnight is maybe around like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., probably 4 a.m. Because I know it's in the AM. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing. What was I guessing then? In the AM, because okay. So I I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what time they start shouting for Eco Warrior, because I don't get onto the game at those times, because once I wake up I like to read mangas and stuff like that, any mangas that I enjoy reading. I don't read just every manga, but if there's I would always check up on websites to see if new chapters of mangas that I enjoy reading. I'll check up and see if there's any new chapters updated. I would read those. I would watch a little bit of YouTube and stuff like that, and it's only around like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. That's when I actually start to. That's when I actually start to play any games. It does any games. It doesn't matter if it's, well. That's around the time I start streaming as well. So, morning time I usually use that for other stuff. So I don't usually get on so early. So I wouldn't. Well, I used to. I used to get on that early. When I first started playing it, Horizon. As soon as I wake up, I'd play it all day, go to sleep. Wake up, play it all day, go to sleep. But now, I you know I play a little bit of it. I'll play a little bit of World of Warcraft. I'll probably. It all depends on. Damn, I keep forgetting that I'm trying to like record some videos of the game called Forever Sky for my YouTube channel. I keep forgetting about that. So I haven't done it in like a week or so. So I've got to, I definitely have to do that tomorrow.
Login bonus. Please enjoy it.
I would use I would use a ring charge right before you log off. The time won't decrease till you log in again. There's an extra charge that way at least. Yeah, but that all depends on if you're, if you know for a fact that you're gonna get a party invite as soon as you start seeking, as soon as you like log into the game. Because I feel like, because it does take a while for me to actually get a party invite, I feel like that's just wasting a charge. Bound to this character. Okay, so I can't use it. or I can use it for all account. But yeah, I just feel like I'm wasting a charge. You're gonna lose the charge on the ring anyway. Really? Because that doesn't. Whenever it restarts, I never seen like the charge would always remain. Like I had 4 charges on the ring just now. And when I log on tomorrow, I'll still have the 4 charges. And I'll just reset it whenever I use up the charges, because I've done that a lot. I would always wait until the reset happens to finish out the charges on the ring, and then reset it, and then recharge it. I mean, so I'm not sure. I've never had a problem with the ring resetting. Yeah. But I'll first use up all of the charges, make sure there's no more charges on the ring left. Bye-bye. Okay, what dailies do I have? Ooh, please give me reactors. I want some reactors. Ooh, Star Gem is great too. Ooh, 50 Star Gem. 10 Star Gem? Okay. I'm happy with Star Gems. So the charge you'll use before the reset is free, basically. Yes, I didn't know. I'll have to see, because sometimes it just seems weird. But I'll have to try it out next time. Oh, come on.
Trial start.
Where's this trial? Oh, here it is. Oh, hate these fat blob.
Success. Okay, great, got that. Nice. We're about to hold a live concert in
Ooh.
Invite all your friends and come join us.
Okay, I might stick around a bit longer for the live concert, because when the live concert play, you get an XP boost, And with the XP after the live concert, they have a emergency and on okay, what's it called again? Urgent requests, urgent something, urgent quest, right? Yeah, the urgent quest as well. Right after the concert, they would have a yeah. So yeah, that I was talking about that the other time. So it happens every 3-4 hours. So it happens every couple hours. But I would usually miss it because I would always, not log on at the time that it's happening. That's why, the past, I want to say the past 4 days or 5 days that I've logged onto the game, I have missed the concert. I've missed the concert the last couple times that I've logged on, but you would actually tonight you'll get the chance to actually see it. So it takes, I want to say it's the concert will be about 10 minutes long, because they played 2 songs. The concert plays 2 songs, and I'm guessing it takes about 10 minutes. Also, if I can angle myself just right during the concert, you can actually see, like, I'll show you. You can actually see the other players surrounding the concert. It's pretty cool. Oof, come on, man. I'm lagging so much. Okay. So the concert, like the body of the concert takes place in Retem, which is in the desert area, because that's where the singer, the star of the concert, she's the leader of this base. She's the leader of this base and the leader of the people that live in the desert. Ugh, come on. Okay. But in the other 3 cities, you can only see them on the big screen. Okay, so we got some people coming up here. I only see 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, that's not a player. I only see 3 people right now, but there's definitely going to be more people soon. Okay, let's angle myself over here. So while the concert is happening, you'll be able to see my character. So take a good look at how my character is dressed. It's got the red and pink with the long, I want to say, socks. All right, so that's how it that's what my character is wearing. So while the concert is happening, I'm gonna go into, because you can watch it like this, right? While it's happening, you can watch it just like this, but you can also watch it in a cinematic way, which is what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be watching it via the cinematic way. Looks like a cheap tramp. Like the old school tramps, yeah. And the crazy thing is, this is a male character. My character is male, so, but because I tend to make my character look like much younger than what he actually supposed to be, because he's supposed to be an adult, but I make him look much younger than what he's supposed to be. I tend to make my character look like, pretty boys and stuff like that, because, well, look at me, I'm ugly. I'm not good looking. I'm not, so whenever I play whenever I could like design my character to look like whatever I want, I would always make it look like a young, pretty boy. But yeah, once like how I don't know if you've watched anime or if you've watched like read mangas and stuff like that, but like in a lot of animes and mangas and stuff like that, where they have like young pretty boy male characters, they usually dress them very, cutesy feminine kind of way. Ugh. What do we have? Okay, so it's telling me to do a complete the Lucille. Nah, I don't like doing the Lucille expeditions. Yeah, thank you. I know I'm not, but thank you for the thank you for that. Thank you. The only people who just tell me that I'm good looking or old women. That's the only people I just get good looking compliments from, or older women, and it's kind of sad, but I kind of understand as well, because older women have different tastes than these new generation. So this place like fills up. Yeah, but it doesn't fill up. Like most of all of the people will like congregate in this side. They'll congregate on this side, so you'll see like a good amount of people. I won't say a whole lot, because right now my computer is not that great. I have it on like low settings, so at most I would probably see like maybe 50 characters on my screen at one time. So you'll see a good number of them, but most of them will congregate on that side over there, where those other two characters are. Concert should be happening. I'm not sure. They did say how the concerts will be happening soon, but I'm not exactly sure. Like I forgot how long it takes before the concert starts, but I'm pretty sure the concert only lasts for about 10 minutes. Each song, lasts for a good 3 to 4 minutes each, and then there's I want to say maybe a 30 to 40 second delay between each songs, because they set up the stage has to set up basically. But you'll see, it's pretty cool. I enjoy how the concert happens here, but I absolutely love how the concert happens in Final Fantasy Star Online 2. I absolutely love it, because they have so much different type of concerts, and some of the concert you can actually participate in, which is really dope. Because one of the ones that I really enjoy doing is the ones that you can participate in, because you'll have to like click certain buttons to do like certain dances and stuff like that. The ones that you can participate in, it's fun. It's fun. They make it enjoyable, but I don't know why they don't do those type of concert for New Genesis. I don't know. I wish they would bring some of those concepts into New Genesis. It would be very awesome. Okay. Okay. This is, what is this? Oh, this is a nursing place. Okay. Okay. When is this concert gonna happen? How much? 400 Meseta. 400,000 Meseta. Ooh, I should probably check this real quick before the concert starts. I still want to try and get this this jacket. Ugh. Oh, so you remember how I was talking about how I was like making my characters look like pretty boy characters? So when I was in my early 20s, that is actually how I myself used to dress. And would always, be clean shaved. I would always have my hair like to like the sides and stuff like that. Like I would have like this split right here, and then my hair would like droop over to one side, and I would like cover up one of my eyes with it and stuff like I was into one of those weird phases. Even though I'm not good looking, I would always dress up as if I was like a pretty boy and stuff like that in my early 20s. But those are bygone days, yeah. Those are some old days. I'm pretty much, well, I'm not an old man yet, but I'm pretty much getting there. In my late 30s. I'll be turning 38? Oh gosh, I don't even remember my own age. Holy shit. I think I'll be 38 in June. Come on, please be on the market. Oh, here we go.
Live concert is on right now in Pretend City.
Wait, what is it? Oh, that's the speaker. Okay. I guess we change camera. Bam. Concert starting right now. So let's see, where am I? Okay, I may have to re-angle angle my character to a different spot. Stand with me, your destiny. Okay, let me re-angle myself. Okay, you should be able to see me. Oh, there we go in the background. I'm in the background right there. I'm standing there in the background. So there I go in the background again. I always like seeing my my character in the background of these videos. I mean the concert. Stand with me, not your destiny. Like, he's got no mouth, but how the hell is he playing that? Is what I just wonder that a lot every time I see the concert. He's got no mouth, so how the hell is he playing the flute? Look, all the players over there in the front. Oh, there goes me in the background.
Rest, O weary souls, no more tales to tell. Bid the world a farewell as it sinks into twilight. Right upon the wind, eternity waits for you gently to close your eyes as you dream of the morning light. Oh, tortured souls, your grief unending, let it flame light the path ahead. Though you've nothing left, nothing to protect, though you walk on to your end. Oh, noble souls, your sacrifices will be told, songs of love and pain. Till my dying day, I'll sing your refrain. Let it echo in my veins, till the day when I but peace will remain. Branded in our scars, rushing through our veins, is the fear and the flame and the sharp tang of sadness. Only passing time can temper the pain, soothing balm to the burning of war. In the evening sky, one more star tonight blinks its dying light, burning brave as it fades down into ashes. In the tears it cries, lives a guiding light, praise its will to fight as we march ever onward, step after step in this dark world, looking on toward the horizon. Your light shines on a beacon burning in the night, showing us the way. Oh, be proud, be true, these lessons from you in our hearts clear to this day. Oh, your melody will sound till sweet eternity, echo to the skies. Through my voice will ring the prayers you sing, for a new day to arise, for a road to lead us on to the light.
You gonna have. Alright, cool. Thank you for stopping by. Honestly, I wasn't planning to stay on this long either. It's just that I really like doing the urgent quests because you can get some pretty good loot from the urgent quests. And the urgent quests happen right after the concert, so that's why I'm sticking around for it. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping by, chilling, talking. Maybe get some levels more on something. Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be. Well, I play World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy every single day. Even I'm still looking for work right now. Nothing so far, which sucks. But until then, I am streaming every single day. So I'll be leveling something tomorrow. But yeah, I'll message you on Discord tomorrow, and see what if you want to play World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy.
The live concert is complete. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, definitely will. Alright, man. Good night. Have a good night.
What is it you need?
Okay, let me finish looking through this to see if they have what I'm looking for before the urgent quest starts.
The live concert is complete. Thank you for joining. Emergency announcement! We have confirmed a high energy reading in the Retem region and are currently assessing the situation. All ARC's defenders, please prepare for deployment. Emergency announcement! We have confirmed a high energy reading in the Retem region and are currently assessing the situation. All ARC's defenders, please prepare for deployment.
Come again. What is it you need? Thanks. Come again.
have confirmed a high energy reading in the Steer region and are currently assessing the situation. All ARC's defenders, please prepare for deployment. Emergency announcement. We have confirmed a high energy reading in the Steer region and are currently assessing the situation. All ARC's defenders, please prepare for deployment.
Trial start. Success!
How's that?
PSE burst. Success. PSE climax.
Detecting a large energy reading from the sky. A powerful enemy is coming. It's Dark Falls.
It'll take a little more time before the cannon is ready. Please, do your best to slow it down.
Can an arc defender through? If they're safe, supply. What's going on inside? Please. monitor your stats now, too. It's weaker than when it first appeared. You're really making progress. Continue your attack. Dark Falls is even weaker now. We can do this.